Okay. If I talk long enough to start the meeting, it'll be 5:15, so we'll go ahead and start. All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the roll call. So we'll go ahead and do the roll call. Juan?
Here.
Okay. Geronimo?
Here.
I'm here. Miles and Michael?
Here.
Okay, and Sirwat is not here right now. Okay, so that is the roll call, and now I'll move to approving the agenda. I'll look for a motion to approve the agenda.
A motion.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, any items? No. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, I'm seeing four votes for, so that's 4-0. We'll move forward on to the next, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can stand, if you would like to, please do. Okay, thank you. Now we will move to public comment. 1.4, public comment. Any public comment today?
We do not have any public comments here in person today. I will check if there are any public comments at our school sites.
Thank you.
Vista Charter Middle School, are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
Vista Horizon Global Academy, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Palm Lane Global Academy, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Vista Meridian Global Academy, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Vista Lago Global Academy, are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
That concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to the consent calendar, consent agenda. So we have items 2.1 through 2.18. And I can take a motion for all those items unless someone would like to pull one of them. So I'll look for a motion.
A motion.
Okay, so move to approve all of them. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Motion and a second. Are there any questions, discussion? Okay. All in favor of the consent calendar being approved?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, I heard 4. No one against. Okay, 4-0. That passes 4-0. Okay, that brings us to the superintendent's report. Dr. Felch.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll get the slides up. Welcome. It is officially summer according to our school year, but I know that many of our staff are wrapping up the school year. We're doing summer school and preparing for next year. So we're going to get right to it. All right. And throughout this entire year, our motto throughout Vista Charter Public Schools has been really expecting excellence in everything that we do and really focused on our strategic plan of accelerating learning, moving as one, and paving the path. And that is how we get amped. So as we focus on the first priority, earlier this afternoon, we celebrated a number of students who had reached their stretch growth goal in both iReady Math as well as iReady Reading. And it's just so great to celebrate the students with their parents in their amazing accomplishments throughout this year. Also, as I mentioned, summer school is in full swing at every single one of our schools. Some of our schools started summer school last week. Some of the schools started today, and we're making sure that there is no summer slide when our students come back in the fall. And so whether it is at Vista Meridian, our students are continuing to do early college classes through Santa Ana College, or here at Condor and Heritage, and actually Meridian too. We're actually transporting 280 students just during summer. To make sure that our students can come to and from school. And so many Vista staff are getting the necessary rest, but at the same time, we have many staff who are continuing to work hard for our students. I also want to highlight some of the end of year achievement. Even though the results are very preliminary, we are very excited based on the results that are coming in from the CAST, the science test, and the other state tests at the end of the year. It's very encouraging to see those results come in. They will be officially published later in the fall, but the early signs are showing growth in many areas, significant growth at each of our schools. And so I want to thank our teachers, our school site administrative staff, as well as our central office leadership for the hard work that they've done throughout the year, because it is really showing in the academic achievement scores. And the last thing that I'd like to highlight through the Accelerate Learning priority is our partnership with Latera Tutoring. We have started some pilots at a few of our schools this year, and without stealing the thunder, we've seen impressive growth there. And I do have to say that that is probably one of the significant factors in why we are also seeing some impressive growth at in the scores at the end of the year. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Latera's founder and CEO, Justin Serrano, to share some of that data.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, so let me jump into the data. As Colin mentioned, it's really, these are pilots. So we had two programs running from January till June, and then we had a few others running really to try it out in April through May or April through June. So the data we're going to see today is comprehensive. So we're going to look at everything first in aggregate, even though those programs will run different lengths, et cetera. And then we'll break it out a little bit more closely with Horizon. So starting with ELA, as you can see, 223 students received any sort of tutoring in these pilot programs. Horizon, more than half. And again, Horizon is probably the best example of what we would expect to see at steady state with planning, because they were able to really impressively execute right from January. Great attendance, actually, which isn't on these slides, but something in the mid 80s on the attendance. So, and the data you can see on the grades kind of spread, but again, the majority of the students were grades 1 through 5 on ELA. Almost doubling in terms of the change. So the blue is the untutored students and the yellow is tutored students. So just pure score changes, almost double. And then on the percentile change, going from about 1.6 improvement for untutored students versus 6.2. So again, this is all in the aggregate, really good, really meaningful change for something that really got off the block just this spring. There's a lot to look at here, but what I would say that the theme of this is really consistency. So on the ELA, you see grade levels consistently. You see the yellow bar outpacing the blue. Candidly, when you start getting into 6th, 7th, 8th grade, there might be 1 or 2 students in those. So I wouldn't spend too much time focused on those grades. But importantly, everybody's included in the bottom chart, which is showing where did students begin. So the top line there are 3 grade levels or more behind, 2 grade levels, 1 grade level, and then the bottom 2 at grade level. And so again, consistency, you see it across all bands, and making a lot of progress, in particular at the students who are further behind, but also kids who are already ahead. And I think that's important to see as well. So it's really working across the spectrum of where students are starting out and seeing acceleration. Math is smaller project. And again, the vast majority in that case were at Horizon, really 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. On math, it's very similar. Not quite as big a jump relative to untutored, smaller sample, but in a few grades. But again, strong growth and really strong growth on the percentile change as well. And then here, again, I would really only focus on grades kind of 2 through 5 there. That's where all the students are really in this sample. But it's kind of boring, but amazing to be able to deliver these slides and say, yep, and there it is again, and there it is again. So a lot of credit goes to everybody who was able to get these programs off the ground, this spring. Getting tutoring off the ground is a lot of work, actually, because you're baking it into schedules, in some cases changing schedules. And so to get these results this quickly is impressive, and certainly something I would be optimistic about heading into a fall program with time to plan. So spending just a quick couple of minutes. So Vista, as I mentioned, this one, Vista, Enoch, I was there at your launch day, which I was just lucky to see, but really incredible execution, really amazing attendance. Actually, here it is. So 87.2, 82, 85.5 attendance, high engagement, really incredibly well executed. And along with that, now, unfortunately, ELA, well, actually, not unfortunately, there are no untutored students, so you don't see that blue bar, but you can see just incredible gains. And I think the pattern on the bottom, I think is particularly relevant, where you see massive, growth at three grade levels behind, but again, steady growth all the way up to the top. So the kids who are furthest behind are making the most growth. That's encouraging to see that acceleration and that catching up to grade level. On math, kind of jumping ahead, you can see only grades 3, 4, and 5. There really is no untutor versus tutor comparison in the same grades, but for what it's worth, you see the same kind of growth down below. So I think the system did an incredible job getting these programs off the ground this spring. Heading into the fall, there'll be a lot more time for preparation and really execution on these schedules, which is, again, it's a challenging thing to execute. But yeah, we're very optimistic about continued growth. Any questions or?
First, I appreciate you coming to share this data with us. It shows really great growth. And I also noted that the students who needed it for this grade level behind were getting the most impact from it. So really, really appreciate not only the program, but everything that you've been doing and partnering with Horizon really to lead the way. I think the one question I had is, like you said, it shows that the proof's almost in the pudding across the board, but it showed kind of as the students got into 8th grade, we weren't showing the same amount of growth. Is that something that your team is looking into? Is that normal across other pilot schools?
Yeah, no, I mean, you'd expect it to see strong growth. There were only a handful of students in those grades. I think there was one maybe in the math sample.
Okay.
So you should not have any lower expectation for that. Actually, we did a large random control trial. It's our most sort of scientific study of our work, and it was middle school math. So you should have high expectations for growth across those grades.
Thank you.
Other questions? Could you just give, and maybe this is a question for Colin, but if you want to answer it, that's fine too. Just give us an idea of what this looks like. What would I see in the Horizon environment when this happens?
And Karen, feel free to chime in since I know you're.
So we started with Horizon just because we wanted to see how it went. We launched in January. So I started working with Enoch end of November. There was a couple of key things that he did to prep. One was involved with the families and making the decisions. So sharing the diagnostic data and really sharing like we have a need for this and getting parents on board and getting staff on board. Once it launched, like I think the first week was the hardest, but like Justin said, if you went to the school and if you look at the pictures, it looks great. But it was like the week with the most hiccups. And kids, it's just when school ends, right? Because Horizon doesn't have bells. So when school ends, kids just take out their Chromebooks and they log into Clever and they check in with their tutor. And that's really it. It's about 3 students for 1 tutor. So they all had headphones, depending on the grade level in the class. And also the tutor, some had notebooks, some had whiteboards because they would show the tutor on the camera. It was loud because they talk and they have headphones so they can't hear each other. So it's loud so you hear the engagement. And there was, the teacher was in the room just because they are. And then after school staff was in the room supporting. But it kind of runs itself. Some minor hiccups were like, sometimes tutors were late or sometimes the kids didn't had a hard time like on the tool where they take notes. So we switched over to notebooks or to whiteboards to be able to write on paper and show the tutor versus doing it on whatever the platform is. But on a regular day, you see just the high levels of engagement. Kids enjoyed it. They really enjoyed it. They really looked forward to it. And I think after we figured out all the little hiccups. It was pretty much smooth sailing. The help desk was extremely responsive, and whether I put in the tickets, which I didn't do very often, it was mainly the coaches or the after school staff. I saw every single one that came in. So I was able to see that first week, like my inbox was flooded with help desk tickets. And then after a while, I didn't see any more. So yeah, but they replied right away, and whatever the issue was, fixed it right away. Justin and Justin's team also very extremely responsive. So whatever questions we had or anything that they needed, they supported us with right away.
That's great. So are the tutors, does Latera hire the tutors? Okay, so you
Yeah.
manage both the software and the
Yeah.
people?
So yeah, and I think students are on Chromebooks or on computers, but it's there to deliver a human. It's not a piece of software. It's not a program, and they're going to deliver that same human every day that there's tutoring. So the reason there's such high engagement is it's audio and video. You're speaking to another person, but also they get to know the tutor. There's a relationship, there's a connection, which is why tutoring works in the first place. And so we try and preserve that as much as humanly possible. Our tutors are recruited from around the country. But yeah, we grind through any issues that come up and solve them together. But as you can see, there's a high level of consistency and ultimately results. The kind of tutoring that you'd want for any student anywhere, we're able to do virtually and during school hours where they're going to have the best access.
Yeah, the data looks really great. So that's why I partly wanted to ask questions. For kind of a small contribution of hours and time, you're getting a large impact, right? Which is really, really wonderful. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and we plan to increase this and systematize this going into next year. So we're really excited about that.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Okay, as we head to the Move as One priority, want to definitely highlight our graduations, culminations at every single one of our schools. We just graduated our second high school graduating class at Vista Meridian, and we're really thrilled to have a member from the Mexican consulate as our keynote speaker, which was amazing. Also had a number of incredible performances. In LA, we had our award-winning middle school band do a performance in downtown LA. And then on the last day of school, Vista Horizons entire school, grade level by grade level, they each performed a dance and a song from a different country. And then at the end, they all sang "We Are the World," and it just brought shivers to my spine. It was such a moving performance. So great way to end the year at each of our schools. Speaking of Vista Horizon, they also have been in the news for all the right reasons. So they were in the LA Times recently, and I attached the link to that article in the superintendent's report. And they also got to meet Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass at a Shine LA festival in Koreatown a few weeks back. And so Vista Horizon has been out in the community, moving as one, and it's been great publicity for Horizon. And let's move. There we go. And last meeting, we had just finished our end of the year surveys, and so I showed a little snippet of that data, but I want to show a little bit more from our end of the year survey. So this is from the staff survey. One of the prompts was feeling a part of the Vista community. And so we had approximately 87% of our staff at each of our schools agree or strongly agree that they do feel like a part of the Vista community, which is fairly consistent with what we saw earlier in the year. For our students, a very similar type of question. We asked them if they feel happy to be at the school, and approximately 84% of our students agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. We also put little emojis in the student surveys as well. And then for our parents, again, similar type of question, asking our parents if the school creates a welcoming environment for families, and that was at about 97% of our parents agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. So we always look at this data. We track beginning, middle, and end of the year for each of our stakeholder groups, and we ask a number of other questions and really take this data to heart to make sure that we're doing everything possible to provide the best possible experience for our students, our staff, and our parents. A few more pieces of data because we are going to be going to the LCAPs soon. So we also use the survey data for our student, staff, and families related to our LCAP goals. And so goal number 1 in our LCAP is about educating the whole child and focused on our rigorous education program. And so this is from our staff survey, and approximately 82% of our staff agreed or strongly agreed that we have a rigorous educational program. Looking at goal 2, which is focused on professional growth, we had approximately just under 80% of our staff agreed or strongly agreed that we cultivate a collaborative leadership structure, empowering our staff for shared decision making and continuous learning through professional development. And then lastly, goal number 3 in family and community partnerships, that was the strongest. About 90% of our staff agreed or strongly agreed with that statement that our school strengthened family and community partnerships. All right, and the last priority is paving the path. So wanted to highlight a few things here. First, we have a partnership with EXP for our work-based learning at Vista Meridian, and we have increased the number of services both in terms of internships, in terms of individuals doing career-related presentations for our students, as well as advisory board members for our career pathways. And so we really value our partnership with EXP, preparing our students at Vista Meridian for careers. I'm also going to, next slide, I'm going to provide an enrollment update, and then I will also introduce our new Condor and Heritage principal. So in terms of enrollment, looking at where we are with every school at this same point this year compared to last year. So on the left-hand side, you can see the enrollment. This is fully enrolled students, 100% of the forms completed at every single school as of last Friday, compared to at the June board meeting last year, which was June 9th. And so you can see that some of the schools are a little behind where they were last year. Some of the schools are ahead of where they were last year. Some of the schools are very close, within 10 students. And so we are tracking this. We do have historical, we track it month by month and compare it to last year, see how each school is trending. And that also helps us develop our budgetary projections and the enrollment projections that we base our budgets off of. I do want to call out Condor, Heritage, Meridian, and Palm Lane actually are already above their enrollment projections that we base the budgets off of. However, we are often conservative based on those projections because we do know that historically not all students show up on the first day of school, and so we do have to factor that in. All right. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Alejandro Cisneros as Condor and Heritage's new principal. just such a dynamic leader. And we are very, very lucky to have Dr. Cisneros as part of our Vista team. Today is actually his first official day at Vista. So today was his start date. So welcome, Dr. Cisneros.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, it's so loud. Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Felch, Ms. Amaya, and hello to everybody here. I just want to say that I am grateful. Obviously, I'm very excited, but more so, I am just humbled. I understand just how awesome of a responsibility is to be a site principal, right? So I know that the decisions that we make at school every single day really impact him, right? They impact our families. The way that we treat our school and our students really makes it so that a student feels welcome and proud of themselves or not, right? And so I don't take that responsibility lightly. It's been said that your child is your heart outside of your body, and so our families give us their heart and they trust us, and so that is something in a magnitude that's almost incomprehensible. And I want you to know that I take that with the most seriousness and just humility. I want to give a shout outs to Miss Amaya. When I had my interview with Cabinet, she gave me homework, right? She said, bring me a presentation as if you were presenting to parents and getting them to buy into Vista. Like, how would you encourage them to enroll? And I was already kind of liking Vista and I was already kind of into it. Obviously, I wouldn't have been interviewing, but that just kind of solidified it for me, right? Like all of the programs, all of the people, all of the good stuff that I saw in my research was there, and it was just really kind of bringing to light. But more so, I think what I really saw is that it's not just something that feels good. It's not just good vibes. Like Vista brings results, and I'm just so thankful to be part of that family, right? That and I want to say that I know it's like said the Vista family, but I can say it from an outsider coming in. At every single touch point, I've felt welcome. I've felt embraced. There is a warmth and there's a magic here that doesn't exist everywhere else. And I want to just take a moment, just from person to person, to thank Miss Alessandro, Roxanne, just for being so open to help the new guy out. If you've been in education long enough, you know that they give you the keys and you say, good luck, this is your school. And I don't take for granted just the gift that I've had in having this overlap. And Roxanne has been nothing but wonderful. So thank you, Roxanne. Personally about me, I have a beautiful, magnificent, brilliant wife. She is a professor at UC Irvine. She's in the Department of Latin American and Iberian Peninsular Studies, something like that, cultural studies. I don't get it. And then I have a wonderful daughter whose birthday is tomorrow. She's turning 21. She is on her way over to New York City to celebrate with her mom. So that's me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cisneros. And we're truly excited to have you on board and really excited to see how you pave the path for the future at Vista Condor and Heritage. We are not done celebrating. So this week, speaking of Miss Alessandro, is Miss Alessandro's not only last week at Vista, but it's her last week of work because she will be retiring at the end of this week. So I know I've said plenty of thanks, but Miss Alessandro, thank you so much for all the leadership and determination that you have brought to Condor and Heritage over the past 4 years, and you will truly be missed, and we value everything that you've brought. And so in just a moment, and I'm going to wait until the next slide, we have a little something special for you. So that is not the only person who is leaving Vista. And so the last slide, I would like to thank board member Pham for his service to Vista over the past 2 or so years. and thank you not only for your leadership and your questions, but also a lot of the help and expertise that you have brought, especially related to technology, because I know that is not only a passion but an area of expertise for you. And so that's been extremely helpful, especially as we've been navigating AI and things like that over the past few years. So really appreciate that. So on that note, I'd like to invite the board. We have something for Ms. Alessandro and something for Tuan, and so I'd like to invite the board down to take a few pictures and present them with their plaques. All right, and that wraps up the superintendent's report. So I'll head back to Miles.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Felch or anyone else? So I'm just going to take a moment to welcome you. Thank you so much for joining Vista. We look forward to spending a lot more time with you, and welcome on your first day. So welcome to Vista. And I didn't see Ms. Alessandro. I didn't see you earlier, and I thought maybe we gave you a free pass on not coming to the board meeting for your last day. So I'm thrilled that you weren't given that pass so that we could see you one more time. So thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the Conduran heritage. A lot of the things we see in our board packets really add up to show us the impact that you have had and, will continue to have as you move on to your retirement. And we'll see if it's retirement because, it's harder than it looks, at least for me. So thank you. And then I also just want to recognize Tuan also. You've been a really powerful impression on our board and always kept me thinking a lot about, what the impact is from a business landscape and the expectations that we set for our students and never yielding to lowering our expectations at all, which I really appreciate. So thank you for that leadership. I'll miss you. And hopefully we'll still see you around doing different things to support the school. So thanks.
Can I say something real quick? Yeah. So I want to thank Colin and the board and everybody at Vista for this opportunity, right? It's been an honor, seriously. I've learned a lot. From the day I started, I've seen a lot of changes, right? Lots of changes. And so sometimes you see the change, they keep on moving forward, but it doesn't seem like there's a big impact. But you got to keep on pushing, and one day you'll see an exponential change. It's coming. I can see that. You got a great leadership team here, right? From Colin to Karen, the board, Miles, Michael, and Geronimo, all the staff, the principals, the teacher. It's fantastic. So, although I won't be around, I'll be around once in a while. I'll talk to Mario and team, but I won't be on the board. I will definitely be rooting for you, always. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move along, and I know we're moving to the principal reports. Thank you again for the principal reports. Always enjoy hearing from your perspective on that. And tonight, I think we have our Vista Lago principal.
Ahead of time, I want to say thank you so much. I will give you all the description to all the pictures that you just see, very small snapshots too. Very nice to see you. I'm very happy that I'm going to be closing out the school year talking to you all since we did open up the school and now I'm here. It just happens to be the last one. So I get to tell you and brag about all the wonderful things that we have done and accomplished. And this first, all right, let's go ahead and start with enrollment. So I was very happy. If you saw the slide right before, we were at this time of the year, we were a little bit over 100 students, and now we have over 200 applications from where we were at last year in the school year. We did finish off the school year with 113. Our budget enrollment goals for this coming year is 190. We have 194 actually. We had another application that got completed today. We have 194 applications that are now up to date, and we have 209 submitted. So we've come a long way. We've definitely made our way at Vista Lago and Lake Elsinore. So it looks, just by looking at this picture, you think that all we do is have fun. We had a great time. Let me tell you about the great time we had at the event, and then I'll tell you why we even showed up to the event. So we made it to one of my visions when I first got there. I said, I want to do a few things coming into Lake Elsinore, and I want to make sure that the community knows that we have arrived. And since the beginning, since before we opened up the school, I said, we're all going to show up to the Storm Stadium and we're all going to show up in our Vista Lago shirts. And I had planned this out. I had planned going to this event with the school, with the community I think the moment I even went to my first networking event and I met everybody from Lake Elsinore, from the Storm Stadium. They said, I got tickets. I said, really? Are they for free? Because I will show up with people. You give me tickets, I'll show up with the community. And sure enough, we created a partnership. I was so happy. We had, I think we stopped counting time and tickets, but we had over 120 people that showed up to the stadium. This is the Tuesday after Memorial Day. After Memorial Day. I am going to show you quite a few pictures, and the pictures that are coming in my board report for this month, everything happened within the last 2 weeks of school. So hang tight. So this was the Tuesday before the 9 days right before school ended. We had parents, we had students that were there. We took over the entire stadium. We had students, they were on the relay, they were on the Jumbotron answering questions. The girl in the top, she got the one of the bats from the game. I threw out the opening pitch and I didn't embarrass us. Right, Julian? I didn't embarrass us. My first graders gave me tips on how to make it to the, from one side to the end. It was awesome. I took their tips. I didn't embarrass us, and they were very proud of me, my good old cheerleaders. We had rally towels. We got In and Out. We were in lucky section 106. So happened to be it. We all got In and Out burgers that go with it. But we had a really good time. Of course, we got a shout out on the Jumbotron, but they know that Vista Lago has arrived to Lake Elsinore. And if they didn't know, they knew that day who we were because our kids had such a great time. The day right after the event, they couldn't stop talking about it. They collected, I think, between all of the kids, they took over maybe like 30 balls home. Just from all the, they got them signed. They were so excited. But we had a really good time. It was, I think, even when I got home after that event, I live in San Bernardino. So by the time I got home, it was like 10:30. I feel so full and filled that we marketed ourselves as a community school. And this event really allowed us to put everything that a community school is supposed to embody. The parents were there. The students were there. 100% of my staff showed up. They weren't getting paid, of course. And the reason why we were even at the stadium, and I had been planning this for a long time, this was part of my attendance incentive. If you remember, there was a time in October where we took a dip during our attendance. Our Vista Lago, our chronic absenteeism was low. So I went back and I made a campaign, and then I said, you know what, the way that we're going to earn these tickets, I am going to be doing an annual perfect attendance award. Annual, which means that I had to hustle on attendance recovery. So then I'm hustling attendance recovery, go to tutoring, stay after school. You can still get back some of your time. You can still recover some of the lost instruction from the number of attendance from the attendance that you had. And we had about 86 students at the end of the school year who, with attendance recovery, had an annual perfect attendance award. So that was one of the ways that they got a ticket to the Storm Stadium. I also use the stadium as a way to incentivize state testing. We had just finished state testing. We were just finishing state testing. The students had to do state testing. It took some students, it took them about 14 days to finish. Believe it or not, we chunked it. We broke it down for them. We made sure they took their breaks. They had their snacks. We asked our parents, please give us snacks. It was also Mental Health Awareness Month. We also coupled it with the Mental Health Awareness Month. We were giving them snacks and stress balls and fidget stickers and whatever it is that they needed to have so that they knew the testing at Vista Lago was different. We are taking it very seriously. And just for showing up, I didn't have any students that showed up late, which is a brag. Nobody showed up late to testing. They were all there at the time they were supposed to. We started and ended testing every single day on time. And we didn't have any testing problems, which I, believe it or not, I was so nervous with my middle school. They did great. They knew when it was testing time, take your breaks, come back outside, ask for help, get your water. But we sent a good president, and the students who also did well on the test also had an opportunity to earn a ticket to the stadium. So it was a great way to bring the families together and promote what we're about. Come to school, get the test scores, take it seriously. We're here about promoting growth and keeping us moving. Okay, let me move us to the next one. Yep. Okay. Goal number 2, professional growth. So at the end, even our last day when we're sitting there breaking bread and talking about our summer plans, and I'm still giving them professional development homework, they have to bring me a magnet from wherever they're traveling this summer. And I said, please contribute to the staff refrigerator. Tell us where you're hanging out and let us know that you're having a great time. You all need to unplug. And even during the time that we're trying to unplug, and at this table, we were celebrating some of the successes and some of the successes that we didn't even realize had come up. Some of the staff came around and they said, hey, have any of you been out of school with a fight? Nobody. So we had no fights at Vista Lago, no physical altercations at Vista Lago, and none of my team members had ever been at a school where there had been no fights. We had a lot of conversations, a lot of reflections, a lot of mediations, a lot of phone calls. We did a lot of that, but we were very proud of the culture that we were creating and that we stuck to our ground even the day before graduation or culmination ceremonies. Even while we're all trying to say goodbye to each other, we're talking about summer school, the program that we're launching for the first time that we've never launched. So we're talking about summer school, and we are talking about the families who said, I want to go to the summer school. And then I noticed that we had a very small list. So we sat around the table and we still talked about who should we recommend? Who should it be highly recommended by the principal? And I will give them a recommendation and call myself so that they understand that we're taking this seriously. And we did just that. We have 44 students that we identified for reading and for math. Some of them, they signed up for summer school on their own. The other ones, they were just a personal phone call. I'm telling them, even though, because we're going to be doing Litera for our summer school program as one of the sections in our summer school program, I'm offering virtual summer school. I've never done that before. I've never heard of anyone doing that before. But because Litera is a virtual program and our parents say, they are traveling parents, they are going and on vacation, they are opting to say, I can't do the entire thing, but I will go to Litera. I will go to the tutoring sessions since you guys are identifying us as needing those. So, trying a different program for the first time, but we were all very excited at the opportunity to still give them tutoring during summer so that we don't have that slip there. We were all very excited to bring them together. But that's how we came up with our summer school product. One of the things that we got really good at as a staff this year was conducting after action reviews after every single event, every award ceremony, everything that we did. And even just going, I don't even need to show up with the PD. I'll just say, hey, how was the week? And they'll just start going, by Monday, we did this and we should have gone this and this was great. They're very, very good now at reflecting since we're constantly pivoting. So that's one of the things that I want to say that our team got very good at having those after action review meetings after any event that we did. As I mentioned, we did do some promotions. I've never been at a school that did a kinder, fifth, and eighth grade. So we're all trying to piece it together, even though we've never seen it before. But we had a grade, fifth grade, eighth grade, and kinder, fifth, and eighth grade promotions. We did have a culmination. We had 27 students who finished. And believe it or not, it was even up until 11 a.m. The program was supposed to start at 11:30. And I'm sure Jay and Mary Eileen can probably relate to this. I told the students, it's my first year to set the precedent. If you didn't earn walking on that stage for whatever reason, you're not walking on the stage until you make it right. At 11 o'clock, all 100% of the kids who were supposed to walk through the stage did it. I even told the parent when he showed up and dropped off the student late, and I was like, hey, just so you know, the expectation hasn't changed. He has by 11 o'clock to finish that last project, or he's not walking. But I hope to see you here at 11:30, and we're all cheering for him at the same time. And even at that same day, I still set my ground, and I told them, if it's not done, it's not done. The teachers were calling me, hey, they're looking for you on the walkie. They're looking, he did it, he finished it. Like we had just won like a championship or something. But I set the precedent, it is what it is. The expectation, it's you are walking if you earned it. The ninth graders, we did we did a trip for the graduates to the LA County Fair, and we invited the ninth graders as well. The ninth graders are taking college classes right now at the same time that they're taking their high school classes. So some of them got a little senioritis before their time. So they also needed a little bit of motivation. I took the advice from the parents and said, why don't you motivate the ninth graders? They are the first class. Why don't you have them go to a trip with the other kids? I did, and that worked wonderful, because the day before the trip, I had ninth graders that were not passing their classes. And literally at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, the teachers are sending messages. They did it. They can show up. They can go get on the bus tomorrow. So again, it was like, nope, if it's not done, it's not done. I have 1 year to set the stage and to make sure that we're promoting and they know what we're about. We have a lot of fun, but making sure that we're also taking care of business. Like I said, the pictures that are here, everything was within the last 9 days of school. We had a graduation, we had a culmination, we had a career day. We had 16 guest speakers that arrived to career day. It was really, really awesome. Some people RSVP'd, some of them did not. They had a variety of speakers that were there. Here you can see a scientist here. You may recognize one of those people there at the top. But we had a dynamic scientist who engaged the students through her online learning an experiment that she had there. The student to the right, we invited, it was the first time that we had career day. I don't want to shortchange the high school students because it's our first time having a high school. So all of the events that I know need to be done at the high school that are important for them, we did them anyway. So career day was one of those moments that I didn't want to shortchange them. They need to start thinking about their future, even though they're the oldest ones there. But we had family members who showed up. The student, actually, the family who was here earlier taking a picture with Plori, her dad is actually a sheriff. That helmet that little girl is wearing, it's his helmet. He showed up with his truck, and his presentation started inside of the classroom. And then he said, okay, now who wants to go turn on the speakers inside of the truck? Right, Julian? They went in, they put the hat on, they had the wheels, they were talking through they were scaring us. I was like, oh my God, did something happen? No, it was the kids on the walkie playing around, scaring people. But everybody was so engaging. We had quite a few attorneys that showed up, which was really good for our ninth graders. We had DAs from Riverside and San Bernardino offices. But we had a lot, we have our partners that have worked with us before that also showed up, from the Water Municipal Department, from Riverside County, the Sheriff Department, they were also there. We had a lot of different people. Even we had tabling during lunchtime where the students were also able to go up and talk to different people about their careers. We also had an award ceremony. And that picture that is there, of course, we all just saw Plori. Plori comes to visit our house at, quite often as well. But that day, we were celebrating a lot of different things. The student that is there, Camila Cepeda, 7th grade, if you can see, I love this picture because you can see five awards that she won, that she earned that day. She earned a reading, a math, community service, 100 hours plus that she gave us in community service. She also earned a perfect attendance, and she was also reclassified. So she's really one of those students. And we had quite a few students like that. We also honored students like Julian Garcia, who is here repping his Vista Lago shirt, who made tremendous gains in their physical fitness tests. So we recognize academics, attendance, community service, gear awards, and also some of the fitness awards and participation in our Vista charter tournaments. But we had 4 students who actually met their 100-mile club status. Julian did not meet it, but he did an honorable 94 miles, but is the only first grader that was that close. The other one was 4th grader and above were the ones that actually hit 94. But 100. Julian hit 94 as a first grader. So we did a lot of recognitions that day. And then the last picture that I really want to show you down there at the corner, it's Olympic Day. You're probably like, what is that picture? Is that a typo? But I want to show you, that is what Vista Lago looks like. At the top of our school, you can see a community. Do you see those houses at the top of the picture? And then families come down. A lot of the families come down, including Julian's family. They all come down the trail and they come to school. So they're walkers from the community. They actually see us hanging out and having PE. They can actually see us. But there are 2 parents that are there at wheeling over a grill. On the last day of school, I told my parents, I want to have an Olympic day for the students, but I don't have money. That's the way I usually start my coffee with the principal. I have an idea, but I don't have money. But if you help me, I will figure it out. So these 2 parents, they volunteered to cook for the teachers during Staff Appreciation Day. And this day they said, we're also going to do the cooking. Of course, bring us everything and we're going to cook for the kids. The kids had pizza, hot dogs, hamburgers. They had 2x4s. You know, they had a really good time. They participated in about 5 different Olympic Day events, plus plus all the food that they had and fruit. We had music. But we had about 12 parents that showed up, and they were the ones managing all of the food stations, and all of the food that day was donated 100% by the parents. So I am just so blessed that I have a really good community. And even my working parents, even when they're not there, they send their parents. So I have a lot of grandparents, like Julian's grandparents, that also come. So when mom is busy, and I have a lot of families like this one, even if mom can't make it for whatever reason, they send me the brother, the so-and-so, but so-and-so can help you out here, use them. And they've always come through. If it wasn't because of the community and the families who are supporting me, I would not be as successful. So I'm actually happy that I have one of my families here to listen to this, because without them, and Julian is also here because he earned an achievement award today. I wouldn't have been able to do it. I just show up with dreams and a vision, and then I just say, all right, who's with me and who has money, who's donating? I'm just very excited and thankful to have shared this with you all. Unfortunately, I don't have a gift for everybody, but I did bring 2 gifts. As you know, we had our first yearbook. I only have 2, but I want to give one to Miles. If you want to take a look. You all can take a look at it and move it around. It was designed by our 6th graders. They're the ones who took it on, and the theme was magic. As you can see from the cover page, there's magic, and the students drew, and in all the pictures, one of them is like a Star Wars theme, and the whole theme is magic, because that's the way Vista Lago came about. It was all magic, the way this whole thing came together. But I hope you enjoyed just kind of looking at it. But this is a nice culmination of what we were able to accomplish in year 1, and we're super excited to continue to move forward and talk to you guys at the next round.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on completing this first year of the school, and did, as we've said before, some really incredible things that we saw many times, just watching the enrollment growth that you were able to accomplish during the year, and the culture you built on a campus that I know we kept wondering if we would actually make it happen. So you guys made it happen. So thank you. Any questions? Discussion? Go ahead.
First, from a founding school leader to a founding school leader, I've always been really inspired by just your passion, your energy, your commitment for engaging your community. I look back at all of your the board reports, but your presentations, and I'm just so incredibly proud. And I know it's taken a lot of sacrifice and Herculean, heroic efforts on your part as a school leader. And so I just want to first recognize you for that.
Thank you.
And I hope you're as proud as we all are, and your community is of you. So I do also want to ask, though, as sustainability is really important. Year one is different than year two. As you are transitioning into year two, does anything currently keep you up at night, or feels most fragile or unfinished that you could use support from the organization or the board?
Let me let you know if I need more money for furniture. But no, right now the team has been really helpful. We're going to launch the summer school program for the first time, and all of my colleagues and everyone is really gracious at saying, hey, do you want to borrow this? Do you want X amount of licenses? I have this. So everyone has been really generous thus far. Thank you, though.
All right.
Any other questions? Geronimo?
I just want to say thank you for everything you've done. And muchas gracias a los papás que le están ayudando a la principal a conseguir este momento donde hicieron crecer la escuela un poco más grande. Y ojalá que sigan así y ojalá que sigan involucrándose más para que siga creciendo la escuela más. Gracias por todo.
Yeah. Gracias.
Okay,
All right,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Okay, moving on to Arturo.
Let's go, Arturo.
I do think maybe we need to change when you show up for the meeting. I feel bad
order?
because you come right after the principals every time, and
Everybody's all excited, and then
we're all
you
happy.
got to listen to numbers.
And you come and start talking
Yeah.
about budget.
It's all right. I can take the hit. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We're going to be talking about our favorite thing for next year, which is the 26-27 preliminary budgets. So we'll kind of go through each schools. We're going to start off with the middle school, and I want to highlight a couple of things that kind of changed from last month. So for all the budgets, since we are required to utilize the most recent LCFF calculator and submit that with our budgets, the LCFF calculator that was updated includes the additional COLA that the governor proposed. So that is included in all of the budgets, as well as the student support PD grant and the additional LRABG grant as well. But you will notice, and as I kind of go through, for the majority of the schools, we have very healthy operating incomes because we didn't want to rely on those metrics. So if we take those out, I'll kind of let you know where we're still at for them. Okay. So starting with the middle school in LA, so we stayed the same at 330 enrollment and 94% ADA. So it is a drop about 1988 points from current year. So overall, LCFF is just about flat thanks to the additional COLA. You do see some decreases in federal driven by the lower ADA and other local revenue. So you'll see this in the middle school in Horizon. For LAUSD, they prefer that we capture SPED state revenue as other local revenue versus other state. So that's why there's the bigger amounts there and the drop off. We used LAUSD's option 3 most recent rate for the state to match what they're proposing and did not include the additional SPED rate that's out there right now. So overall, but you do see the increase in other state, and that's driven by the student support and the learning recovery. Revenues are up about 162,000, even though ADA is down. But again, that's primarily driven by the two grants. On the expenditure side, we did remove a PE teacher. This does include an increase to the salary schedule of 2% that we'll be discussing later. Reductions in TAs, a behavior interventionist, kind of merging roles of the community and culture to the community schools coordinator position. That led to some reductions in employee benefits as well. Some drops in books and supplies, kind of reduced per lower enrollment. We do see an increase in the 5,000 series, and that's because PE will be through a vendor. So that kind of got shifted from the 1,000 series down to the 5,000 series. Overall, currently projecting a net income about 267,000. However, if we remove the student support PD grant and the learning recovery and emergency block grant, it's actually just slightly in the negative, about $22,000. Again, we feel that'll be offset by the increase in SPED, which isn't captured here. And although the state's currently working on passing a budget today, they're still finalizing. They have till July 1st to finish all negotiations. feel pretty positive that there will be some of these grant funds coming in as the legislature is actually trying to get more state funding for TK-12. Specifically how, we're not sure, but at least it's a positive sign to have these one-time grants. So middle school, 266,000 is what we're looking at submitting for.
Can I ask? And I went through this before, and I know that last time, and we discussed getting educated on all this and enrollments or projections, but wanted to make sure that we're in a situation where we weren't in the fall last year. And so when I noticed that last year, this time we had 329 students for enrollment, and then our enrollment ended up being about 349. This year, we're currently at 303, and we're projecting for 330, right? And
Correct.
so it seems like it's a higher increase projection, about 7 students. Is that, when we set this preliminary budget, are we able to take into account, right, if we end up getting to 310, right, or 315? Well, or could you just paint what would happen in that scenario?
So we'd go back and we make adjustments.
Okay.
So we would definitely update in terms of what that means in revenue.
Okay.
And then look at where we can make additional adjustments in expenditures.
All right. Because I saw for other schools, we'd made some projections for enrollment that are pretty close to where they're currently at. This one, what gives us the confidence that we're going to increase?
So when you look historically, yes, last year at this time, Vista Charter Middle School was at 329 students. However, on the first week of school, they actually ended up with about 370 students, and it kind of whittled down to about 350. And so above some of the other schools, we've actually seen consistent increases compared from June to August and September. Some of the other schools have seen more kind of flat trajectories because you get some more students over the summer, and then some students don't show up, but we have seen increases for the middle school.
I'm glad to know that you're looking at the historical part, but just thank you. I just wanted to ask that question.
And in August, September, we always bring updates based off of current enrollment
Got
numbers.
it. Thanks.
I'll jump in too right now. So I'm going to have the same question for probably all the schools, but we also are looking at our attendance rates, and so I'm seeing again the ADA percent is higher than most of our active schools finished our ADA.
So
percent.
based off of the LCFF calculator and like the initial fall 1 enrollment number, their ADA matches what we're using for the projections.
Their ADA percentage matches their P1 or
their fall 1 attendance and their P1 ADA number.
Okay. So how do I see that though for the whole, I mean, these are annual budgets, right?
Yep.
So they end a year for a full year of attendance percent. Wouldn't you be basing on the ADA percent for the full year of where they were? So I guess what I'm saying is it looks like some of these are 3%, like 3 percentage points increases on their ADA percent for their attendance rate compared to where they ended this year.
Not 3%.
Okay.
For which school?
So I mean, we'll go through them, but I mean, and maybe I'm looking, part of it's hard for me because I'm flipping between their multiple numbers and I'm seeing us reporting for ADA percentages for the final year. But when I look at like the superintendent's report and I see those percentages, like, the one I'm closest to in my brain is always Palm Lane because I've been tracking it all year, but I'm seeing like a 91% final attendance rate at the, ADA percentage. And then I'm seeing 93 on their budget, their preliminary budget, that's 2 percentage points. So that's.
Yeah. So I generalized use the average of the last 2 to 3 years within the LCFF calculator in the final ADA percentage within that. So that's what I based it off of.
Okay. And I get that these are all preliminary budgets. I mean, and that we are making a budget before we get the governor's signature on the actual budget, which is, I mean, these are fake numbers that we're going to have to, they're not fake numbers, but they're numbers based on information that we don't have until later. And LA is requiring us to then submit it now, even though it's going to significantly change. So I know the numbers are fluid and flexible all year, but I still wonder if we're being conservative, looking for how we can, with an upside versus being, I mean, I don't know if I see the budgets as conservative.
Okay.
I see them as trying to make the numbers work so that you can actually deliver the program that we need to deliver. But it puts a lot of pressure on us later in the year is my concern. So that's just, anyway, that's just, and I see it here for the first one, like
Yep.
for Vista Middle. That's why I'm bringing it up now. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, specific to Vista Charter Middle, they are pretty close. I think they're 93 and change for the whole year. So it is close to 94.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next school is Vista Heritage. So we did make one adjustment. We did increase enrollment to 350 versus 340 at last month, and at 93% ADA. So slight difference in ADA versus this year, just under 7 ADA points. Overall, LCFF is up. Federal revenues are pretty much flat. That increase in other state revenues are those 3 grants and the updated SPED, as we did update SPED for the El Dorado SELPA schools. Other local revenues, there's some one-time funding in other local revenues that we reduced, so that you see that difference there. So overall revenues are up about 134,000. We did make expenditure adjustments. We had an unfilled teacher position, so we kind of reduced that as well. We removed one of their BIs. That reduced employee benefits. The biggest change is the property tax that we had at the second interim that got corrected, so that got reduced and removed out from there, and then some minor changes in PD and a couple other areas. So overall, the 5,000 series was reduced by about 183,000. So overall, it is positive net income currently of 334,000. If we reduce or if we get no student support or learning recovery, then that actually is still positive, about $60,000, 61,000. Questions or? All right. For Vista Condor, there is a typo in this summary, but the actual breakdown in the action items is correct. I'll highlight that when I get to it, but I wanted to make sure I called that out. So pretty similar to this year, looking at a enrollment of 370 at 93% ADA. So just about a 1.5 difference in ADA, which is why you see a big increase on LCFF, just because of the natural COLA and the additional COLA. Federal's pretty much flat. Other state does look negative compared to this year, but that's completely driven by the literacy grant that they received in 24-25. And then other local revenues, similar story, some one-time funding this year that we're taking out to make sure we're not expecting that. On the expenditure side, we do see big increases. That's due to some of the staffing adjustments that got made across Vista. Some more expensive teachers kind of came over to join Condor. We did remove a full-time BI as well in uncertificated salaries. With the increases overall, though, we did see benefits go up. On the 4,000 series, we reduced some capitalized equipment, primarily computers. We did update per some of the updated curriculum, and so that did lead to a couple of savings there. And then on the 5,000 series, property tax is the biggest driver of that reduction. Overall, net income is really healthy at 424,000, but if you take out the student support and all of that, it's actually 144. The typo is in non-certificate salaries. It says they're 1.195. It should be 1.185. So the net income is an extra 10,000 at 434. Vista Horizon. So here we are projecting 190 students at 93.25. So it's the biggest growth in ADA, aside from Lago at 21.57. That's the additional LCFF, almost $500,000. So it's a big increase. Slight increase for federal revenues. Other state, so for them, this is primarily the literacy grant that they received this year as well. And then for other local revenues, there is an increase, and that's driven by SPED being captured there for LAUSD. On the expenditure side, you see the increases for salaries and kind of across the board to help support that additional enrollment. And then we do have a big increase in the 5,000 series. Prop 39 came in much higher than in the past, and a couple other areas per ADA we also increased. Overall, in the black, about $210,000. If we removed the student support and LRBG, they're still in the positive, about $102,000.
Questions on Horizon? So Horizon both has an enrollment, a large enrollment increase, and it has also, like I'm seeing that they're at 91% ADA percentage, and we're looking at another 2% to pick up on the attendance. Is the attendance recovery built in? It's not built into their attendance numbers that I'm probably seeing. So is that something that we are contemplating we'll be running again attendance recovery, and so we may pick up that ADA from attendance recovery.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll definitely be doing that. But we don't want to bank on it, even though we're confident in terms of our plan for attendance recovery next year.
Okay.
Moving on to Palm Lane. So slight increase, 275 enrollment, 93% ADA. So increase about just 7.9 ADA points. Big increases for LCFF based off of that and the percentage increase. And then other state revenues driven by student support, learning recovery, and then the SPED increase rates as well. On the expenditure side, very similar staffing to current year. And then they did have a reduction of their highest salary teacher is departing this year. So just about an increase, about 25,000. In the 2000 series, there were a couple of changes. Primarily is moving some custodial over to a vendor when we worked on the preliminary budget. So overall, small reductions in benefits. Big reduction in the 4000 series by capitalized equipment and updated curriculum. And then the increase in the 5000 is pretty much that offset for the custodial. There were some areas where we saved a couple of funds. So that's why you only see an increase of about 27,000. Overall, net income is about 432,000. If we take out the two one-time grants, they're actually around 221,000 in the black for the year. Vista Meridian. So here we do have enrollment at 260 and at 91.5% ADA. So I think there's about 16 ADA points. That does drive a lot of new LCFF, about 414,000. They do get the student support. They don't get learning recovery. So that increases 215. Overall, revenues are up just over $500,000 at 664,000. On the expenditure side, we added some staffing increases, similarly in the 2000 series, reduced in capitalized equipment, and the 5000 series, the big jump there is the facility rent for the college campus of $363,000, which came in pretty late. And that's what's driving that net income of negative 180,000. Without the student support, unfortunately, it does drive a little further down at negative 321,000. If that additional rent hadn't come on board, it would have just been in the black about $60,000, 40 to 60,000. But this is the toughest position across the board. Questions for Meridian? Vista Lago. So biggest growth, 190 enrollment and 93% ADA. So just about 85 ADA points. And that's driving over $1 million in additional LCFF revenue. The other big increase for them is ELOP. So now that they're in the second year, they get some ELOP funds, which would be great. And that'll continue to grow each year as it's driven by their TK6 ADA from the prior year. We did reduce local revenues, but overall revenues are up 1.7 million. The expenditure side, just additional staffing to support the increase, as well as some minor adjustments on books and supplies, and in the 5000 series as well. Overall, projected positive net income about 151,000. There's no student support PD for them currently, so this is kind of where they're currently at and where we expect them to be. Keynote for Vista Lago is the fact that they are going to end the current year in such a negative number for the year, and the fact that they're growing immensely is creating a cash flow situation as schools get funded for the first half of the year based off of prior ADA. So you'll see later we are projecting them needing $750,000 to start for their cash flow purposes for the 26-27 school year. Questions before I do the home office really fast? Home office, so we are projecting total CMO fee payments from the schools about 1.6. Transportation fees of just under $1 million. Then other local revenues from the other charter you guys support in LA, about 200,000. So there's about 2.8. Primary salaries are transportation, some office positions. We did this first year, there were definitely expenditures as you kind of got up and running with the new facility. So we kind of tailed those back quite a bit. We did have to increase the amount for vehicle repairs as that's kind of projected end of the year higher than we were expecting, but currently projecting a slight net income of about $90,000 for the home office. And then as usual, your outstanding checks for 50 plus days and your check register. Questions?
Any other questions? Discussion? I just a couple of comments just on, I know we have a number of other items that are based on these budgets. And so, you know, I guess I would start with, the most important thing that we'll probably will discuss tonight is our salary increases, which are vital to our organization and very hard for us to make because of the fiscal position that we're currently in. We're not alone. I think most schools are in the same type of position that we're in as far as salary increases. But I just continue to want to caution us as we develop I know how hard this work is. I know that it's, it's real people, it's real programs, it's real. Every time you're making a budget, you're thinking optimistically about how the school year is going to go next year. And our experience hasn't, at least while I've been on the board, hasn't netted out that we've hit those expectations as much as we've felt them now. And later we've had to adjust. And again, I don't think we're out of typical, meaning a lot of folks budget that way, but it puts a lot of pressure on the organization. It puts pressure on me because I have to take a vote, but it really puts pressure on our system where we have to not have clear expectations for what we're going to have as far as programs and expectations for our employees. So I just continue to want us to keep drilling down harder on what our numbers were last year, what our ending numbers are, because we look at some of the enrollment gains here that we're hoping for, and I'm hoping we have real solid plans to hit there. I think of Horizon for one, which we have a lot of. I know Enoch and I've talked about it. I know we're going to be successful. I do, but we want to see the numbers deliver, right? And we're worried about that at Lago, and I'm proud, like super proud of the work that folks did at Lago to make that happen. But it was a lot of work. I know you probably didn't get a lot of sleep that first month or the full year. Yeah. So anyway, I just make those comments because we are going to talk about salaries tonight and salary schedules. And I just want people to understand how difficult this work is and how stretched our budgets are without good information from the state yet. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you again. And I think one of the things that would be important for the organization to consider is, our principals do a lot and our schools do a lot in terms of attendance. It would be good to see, and I know it was really well done with the attendance recovery that was lifted mid-year. It would be great to see what our school's attendance plans are for both, what are our interventions for when students, what am I trying to say? They have an excused absence 1, an excused absence 2. What are we doing in terms of dip days, all that communication? Is that something that our schools currently provide?
Yeah. So each of our schools have a SART process. So we have check-ins with every student and family at 3, 6, and 9 absences, and we actually worked with Miles on piloting some software that helps with that.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, we're really building in a system, especially at the elementary levels, and we're going to start to work on rolling that out for attendance recovery at each of our schools, so we can then tap into more attendance recovery than we have this year and really learn from what's been successful at our schools and then replicate that at every.
Yeah, I think that would just be great to hear. I'm glad to hear that we follow the SART. We're doing attendance recovery, but a lot about like the proactive communication, right? We saw a few years ago with Enoch when he was making phone calls home to families on a weekly basis. That increased, right? Doing workshops with families on the importance of coming to school, staying healthy, washing our hands, those sorts of things. Just to see that stuff proactively, I think would give us greater sense when we're trying to be optimistic in terms of we don't want to set our targets where we currently are ever or lower. We want to raise our expectations, but it'd be good to see that matched with plans proactively. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Arturo. All right, moving on to 3.4, end of year academic diagnostics. Is that going to be Karen? Great, that's what I thought.
All right. Is something going to be projected or? Oh, there it is. All right. So I'm really excited today to share our end of the year diagnostic data. Before I begin, I just want to thank our school leaders, our teachers, and our students for working so hard this year. It was great to just kind of, be in the trenches with everyone through it all, and then to be enjoying the success that you're going to see today. So we our kinder through second grade students tested in May. Our third grade to 12th grade students tested in April before smarter balance testing, so that we could use that data to inform test prep. And I'll be sharing today the results of the data, as well as some comparison data, so you can see it against beginning and middle of the year data. So here is where we ended, where our students ended with regards to placement. So in reading, we have we ended up with 34% of students mid or above or early on grade level, which is great. This went from 25% to 34% in middle of the year to 25% in middle of the year to 34% end of the year. So we saw 9% growth org-wide. In math, we ended 28% mid, above, or early on. And again, this went up 11% from 17% in middle of the year. And then we also reduced the numbers in the red. So kudos to the team for doing a great job. Nope, sorry. All right. So moving on, this gives you an idea of trends. The first 3 bars at the top, you can see diagnostic 1, 2, 3 reading. So again, you can see all schools trending in the right direction, with that green bar growing and the red bars decreasing. The lower 3 bars are org-wide math. So similarly, again, math is always the more challenging subject, but you can still see the schools trending in the right direction, with those green bars growing and those red bars decreasing. And then spring to spring. So you can see historically how we're doing, and how, again, we're trending in the right direction. You can see 23, 24, our numbers were very similar. And little by little, again, you see the green increasing and the red decreasing in spring of 2026. This is for reading, and this is for math. So again, similar trends, a little bit more green, a little bit less red. So trending in the right direction. And all right, so let's look at each school. So like I said, very proud of our team. We saw tremendous growth from middle of the year to end of year. So you could see Horizon. For reading, Horizon ended with 46% placing in early, mid, or above grade level. This is a 25% growth from middle of the year. So they were at 21% and went up to 46%. So Horizon showed tremendous growth. Again, you could really see the impact of the Litera tutoring on the impact that program had on our students. Our other schools did great as well. Palm Lane ended up with 42% students at above, mid, or early on. From 32%, that was a 10% growth. Condor at 36% with a 13% growth. Vista at 27 with a 6% growth. Heritage ended at 22, and then Lago ended at 47 with a 23-point growth as well. And all of our schools increasing in those green bars and decreasing the red. This is for reading. For math, similarly, lots of great growth. Horizon ended at 38%, another 25% growth. They went from 13% to 38%. Palm Lane ended up at 40%. That was a 15% increase, so they went up from 25 to 40. Condor made a 16% increase in math, from 14% to 30%. Vista made a 5% increase from 15 to 20. Heritage also at 20. And then Lago also making a 22% growth from 15 to 37% in the green. And again, all schools trending more green and less red, which is definitely the direction that we want to see. This year has been one where we have focused on growth. So I wanted to share how each school's growth. Again, with iReady, we can see students' typical growth. So the growth that they're supposed to make in 1 year's time, and then the stretch growth is that growth that just closes that gap to between where students are at to proficiency. As an organization, in reading, we ended at 55% of our students making typical growth and 24% of our students making stretch growth. And in math, 50% of our students making typical growth and 19% making stretch growth. So the students who came today before the board meeting were the students who made their stretch growth. And then you can see the numbers for the schools individually as well. Horizon and Vista, 63% typical growth, and Horizon 39% stretch growth, students making stretch growth. And then in math, similarly, we have Horizon and Condor making 57% of their typical growth. And then you can see Horizon making 31% of their stretch growth. And you can see the typical growth and the stretch growth for each school. So again, really proud of the team's work and the hard work that our students did this year. In this is new. I haven't showed this in previous presentations, but the quadrant shows where each school is in relation to growth and performance. So I definitely want to acknowledge Vista Charter Middle School, highest both growth and performance. So congratulations, Mr. Summer. But then we have a number of schools in that high growth quadrant. So Vista Condor, Vista Horizon, Vista Lago, and Palm Lane in reading. So kudos to all of our leaders and our schools for that work. We talked a little bit about what was going on at Heritage with, some issues that we had with some students. So with Heritage, it's the data is a little bit tricky because when students retook the test, it kind of threw off the data a little bit. So, but the remainder of our schools are, both in the high growth quadrant. And then for math, similarly, we have Condor, Palm Lane, and Horizon in the high growth quadrant. And then Vista right close by, and then Vista Lago and Vista Heritage still showing growth, but definitely, areas for us to look at on how to improve. But you can kind of see where the schools lie. And then I definitely want to shout out some and celebrate some of our teachers for the amazing work that they did and what their classes were and what they were able to accomplish their students in their classes. So in reading, Miss Lily, she had 74% of her students meet their typical growth goals and 52%, so over half of her students meet their stretch growth goals. So kudos to Miss Lily at Horizon in reading. And then also Miss Chelsea at Horizon, she had 95% of her students meet their typical growth and 42% of them met their stretch growth. So kudos to Miss Lily and Miss Chelsea. Mr. Benavides, if you can grab, we have a little something for them. If you can take it back to them when you see them. At Vista Condor, we had Miss Casolari in reading. Her students made 76% of their typical growth and 31% of their stretch growth. And Ms. Sequeira for math, 74% and 63%. In Palm Lane and reading, we had Miss Mom. Her students made 75% of their typical growth and 35% in reading, and Miss Opperwall in math, 86% and 71%. In reading at Vista Charter, Ms. Patel's students in reading, 85% of them made their typical growth and 30% of them made their stretch growth. And in math, Mrs. Yu, 62% and 23%. For Vista Heritage, we had Miss Simon's class make 58% and 37%, and she's here today. So congratulations, Miss Simon. Miss Simon, can you come up? We have something for you. And then Ms. Martinez at Heritage. And then at Vista Lago, we had Mr. Casillas' 7th grade class. 91% of them made their typical growth and 36% of them made their stretch growth. And Ms. Shaw in math was 67 and 50. So principals, if you guys want to come up and take the little token of appreciation for our teachers, and you can give it to them. But we're just really proud of the tremendous work that our teachers did and the growth that our students showed. So that was K-8. They're the ones who use the iReady. So we're going to move on to Meridian, and they use school-wide the NWA MAP assessment. So in this slide, you can again see the comparison from diagnostic 1 to diagnostic 3. The top 3 bars are reading and the bottom 3 bars are math. So again, trending in the right direction, increasing students who are in the 80th and 61st to 80th quartile, and then reducing the number of students who are in that red for the most part. In the next slide, we have reading by grade level. So you can kind of see where some of our students fell, and kudos to our 12th graders who did an amazing job. Shows that after 4 years of Meridian, they start to get
And this is nationally normed percentiles,
Yes.
right?
Oh, yes. And then our last slide shows the math, and similarly, our 12th graders doing really well. And then we have some work to do, but still, seeing the numbers grow. This is our first year administering NWA MAP, so we don't have spring to spring comparisons, but this gives us a general idea. And then Mr. Prano and Ms. Young, they are able to group growth data by class. So they're able to whittle down the data to see, areas of focus and areas of growth and areas to target in the upcoming school year. So that is it for me. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions?
First, congratulations,
Thank
right?
you.
To the team, clearly it's showing growth. What do you think is attributing to the growth?
So a couple of things. In reading, which I'm really proud of the growth because we implemented an org-wide curriculum this year, and that's always a challenge. And it's also it usually results in an implementation dip. So one, to see our growth, but also to see our preliminary CAS scores. It just really is a testament to the work that our leaders and our teachers took on. One of the things that we always talk about is we want to see the students, we want to see the productive struggle. We want to see them carry that cognitive load. And I think this year, all of us had to do that. So I think our leaders and our teachers modeled it for our students, and everybody engaged in the curriculum. We conducted learning walks throughout the year. We saw the language arts curriculum being implemented at 100% of our classrooms. So there is definitely, a team effort. Our leaders were engaging in the curriculum in their professional development meetings, making sure that they understood it, that they were able to go into classrooms to observe and to provide quality feedback to support our teachers in their growth. And then we also had professional development from our vendors when needed. We also added our instructional coaches to the team this year. So I think there was a little bit more systems of support. And at the end of the year, we collected data. We surveyed our teachers on the ELA curriculum and what needs to be adjusted, what needs to be, revisited. And we met with an ELA representative from each school to talk about next steps for next year. So I just think that it was really everybody coming together and moving as one, like we said in our strategic plan. That was reading. I think in math, it was very similar, continued the professional development, really focused on our framework, on the math framework in our classrooms. We also conducted learning walks, so we were able to see 3 times a year just what are our teachers doing, what are our students doing, what are the trends, and what are areas of celebration, and there were many, and then what are areas of growth that we need to work on. And just there was a focus this year on growth and making sure that all of our students were improving. Our school leaders also we're looking at data on a regular basis to see where are the kids who need support. We did implement Litera, and we saw not only what Justin presented, but just the growth in the iReady for Horizon. It wasn't just their placement, it was also their growth that was tremendous. And the data is trending in that same direction in CASP. I think their math doubled this year. So yeah, I just think it was everybody really working together, struggling productively, taking on the cognitive load that we all needed to take on, and just doing the work, being in it together.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate hearing some of that because it's a lot of data to present, right? And I appreciate your leadership and how you're giving a lot of gratitude to the teams and the work and the culture and the lift. But I hope you're taking some credit too in your leadership and what you're doing. I know today's not the day where we're talking about what we're doing next year, but looking forward to seeing where we're going to be able to take this. So thank you.
Yeah, and I was really, when I saw this, when I was looking through the board packet and saw the data, it's impressive what the growth has been. You guys have, clearly the focus that you guys have, the intention and the focus that's happening organization wide is making a difference in this. It's, this is the iReady, and hearing your preliminary look at the CASP makes me even more excited to the presentation. I also want to thank you for sharing the presentation this way with the board. I think this is one of the better presentation decks I've seen from us, not just because of all the positive results that are on it, but just because, it's really well thought out. It gives me the information on how we did last year, what we were doing during the scope of the year. So all that information is really helpful for me to see all the great work that you guys are putting together. And I've also appreciated all the intention I've seen, even not in the data, but just in the intentionality of what, the visits that I've done and those things. So thank you for that. And the leadership team looks really good. I'm excited about CAS. I can't wait.
Yeah, and keep inviting students and families that reach their goals here. It's special.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. So now we're moving to public hearing on 4.1 for the local control accountability plan.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for joining us today. I now call to order the public hearing for the 2026-2027 Local Control and Accountability Plans, or LCAPs, for Vista Heritage Global Academy, Vista Condor Global Academy, Vista Horizon Global Academy, Vista Charter Middle School, Palm Lane Global Academy, Vista Meridian Global Academy, and Vista Lago Global Academy. This hearing is being held in compliance with California Education Code 47606.5, which requires that the governing board of a charter school hold a public hearing to solicit comments from the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed in the LCAP. Our purpose today is to share the key elements of our LCAP and to listen to feedback from our stakeholders before the plan is formally adopted. It is important to note that each school has solicited stakeholder feedback during the school year to inform the development of their LCAP. The LCAP is a critical part of our local accountability system. It outlines how we plan to meet the goals of all students, particularly our unduplicated students, English learners, students with disabilities, foster youth, and low-income students. I'll now give an overview of each school's LCAP. This year, we've updated the LCAPs to better align the goals and actions, not only with our projected expenditures, but also with Vista's strategic plan and the measures in which we're already held accountable, such as the California School Dashboard. Goal 1 in our LCAPs is entitled Educating the Whole Child. Our rigorous educational program will empower students to become engaged, compassionate global citizens through an innovative STEAM and CTE-focused educational experience that integrates academic excellence with social-emotional development. Guided by the California Community Schools Framework and its 4 pillars, we will implement a comprehensive multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, that addresses the whole child by seamlessly connecting academic, behavioral, and mental health interventions. This integrated approach will eliminate barriers to learning, close achievement gaps across all student groups, and ensure all graduates possess the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and mindsets necessary for success in higher education, the workforce, and our global economy. The actions in Goal 1 are assessment of learning, multi-tiered system of support in accelerating learning, multi-tiered system of support in social and emotional learning and mental health supports, access to a broad course of study, empowering students with disabilities academically, and accelerating English learner success. Goal 2 in our LCAPs is titled Professional Growth. VISTA will cultivate a collaborative leadership structure that empowers educators, staff, and administrators through a shared decision-making and continuous improvement process. By investing in robust professional development focused on MTSS implementation, targeted instructional coaching, differentiation strategies, and standards-aligned STEAM instruction, we will build collective expertise while focusing on distributive leadership. This comprehensive approach to professional growth and data-driven improvement will strengthen our learning community, elevate instructional practices, and create sustainable systems that maximize student achievement and well-being, ensuring all students receive the supports needed to thrive as college and career-ready global citizens. The actions in Goal 2 are core instructional staffing, professional learning and development, core curricular and instructional materials, and educational technology and support. Finally, Goal 3 is titled Family and Community Partnerships. VISTA will strengthen family and community partnerships to create a collaborative support network that enhances student success and school improvement efforts. The actions in Goal 3 are safe facilities, parents as decision makers, and school-family partnerships. We will now open the floor for public comment on the LCAP. Any speakers who wish to speak will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. And I will ask Susie to open it up.
Yes. So we do not have any public comments here in person. So I will check if there is any public comments on our school sites. Vista Charter Middle School, are there any public comments?
No public comment.
Vista Horizon Global Academy, are there any public comments? Palm Lane Global Academy, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Vista Meridian Global Academy, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Vista Lago Global Academy, are there any public comments? That concludes all the public comments.
All right, thank you very much. We will bring the final LCAP for formal adoption later in this board meeting. The finalized plan will also be submitted to each school's authorizer and County Office of Education by the statutory deadline of July 1st. This concludes the public hearing for the local control and accountability plans. I now turn back the meeting to Board President Durfee.
Okay, thank you. We're going to now move to action items and start with 5.1, the 2026-27 salary scale increase for Vista Charter Public School employees. Dr. Felch.
Yes, so thank you. And I want to thank Arturo for the presentation and also for the hard work. We have been meeting to specifically discuss this for the past 2 months. And so we've ran a number of different scenarios and seen the budgetary impacts that we have then presented to the board. And so we've looked at scenarios from 0 to all the way to a potential 4% increase. The staff recommendation based on looking at everything is to kind of land right in the middle at a 2% increase for salary scales across the board. If you think about the super cola that we talked about last month, that's a 4.31% cola. If you average out the salary scales, or if you average out the year-to-year increases from the salary scales, it's about 3% that's already built in. And so if we were to add in another 2%, the effective average increase that employees would see is around 5%, give or take. And so it does somewhat mirror the increases that the state is giving with that super cola. And so based on all of that, we realize that prices are going up, and we want to, as much as reasonably possible, look out for our staff, but at the same time, making sure that we're being fiscally responsible to each of our budgets, and really bringing a budget that we'll then approve in a few items to the board that we feel confident in. And so based on all of that, we do feel confident in recommending to the board a 2% increase.
Okay. I'll look for a motion before we discuss and ask questions.
I motion.
Okay, so you're so we're clear, a motion for a 2% increase to align with staff's recommendation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. So now we have enough to discuss. So we have a motion and a second. You want to start with the discussion? Sound like you had
Yeah, I
some
just
thoughts.
when I looked at this and I saw that, I just had some questions because when you look at the spreadsheets, if we go to a 2% increase for one of our schools, we're in the red. And what are we going to do about that?
Yeah. So in terms of that school in particular, so first of all, we don't want to rely on receiving grant funds that we haven't already received, but we are cautiously optimistic that will continue because we have received those in the past. The other thing that we're looking at is that school is already over. So their budget is based on 260 students. Currently, they're at 265 students. So we do believe that enrollment projection is conservative. So if they get to about 275 students, that's 10 more than they're currently at, then it would be about break even. So 10 more students, then they would be about break even.
It's helpful. Can you talk to me a little bit about the timeline of this? So because the organization seemed to have, when we looked at the data, pretty good staff retention data currently, right? Want to pay staff more. The contracts that they had signed, were they signing them under the old salary scale, or was there discussion that we were going to be discussing an increasing salary scales?
Yeah, so that was made clear. I do quarterly presentations at each of the school sites, and so as part of my last presentation, I did share with each of the staff at each of the sites that we were working on this. We didn't want to take anything to the board until we heard back at what the May revision was projecting, and so based on that, then we can start to develop the budgets and we can then share a confident salary increase.
Got it. So if I'm a staff member at a school site, what I have heard, if I was listening to you, was that we're looking on an increase in salaries. We don't know what that will be because we need to make sure that we're looking at the governor's budget, get it approved by the board.
That's correct.
And so have they signed contracts for next year, and that this will then, if passed, they'll get more than that, or are they expecting that before they sign a contract?
Yes. So staff who are returning have signed contracts based on the currently existing salary scales. So if this passes, then we will be doing contract amendments for the higher rate or the new rate.
So then the last question I just have is, given that we are still in the process of not knowing firmly our enrollment, for next year and that there's still going to be a revision, what's the rationale of doing it now versus doing it in the fall after we get the enrollment numbers?
So first of all, we have to build numbers into the LCAPs and the budgets, the preliminary budgets for next year. So that's the first thing. The other thing is in terms of going into next year, returning staff already start to get paid their 2026-27 salary in July. And so in terms of contracts and things like that.
But they've already signed a contract, correct?
They have already signed contracts. However,
Okay.
yeah.
But so my logic, and these are just
yes.
questions of, I want to ensure that we're raising and giving their staff the money that they
100%.
deserve. I also don't want to be putting ourselves in a position where we're giving raises and then all of a sudden looking at numbers for our budgets in our schools and making cuts. And so that was just my question on the timing.
Absolutely.
You answered it. So thank you. That's it for me for my question.
Go ahead, Tuan.
You said there was a super cola, and so if you account for that, the weighted average is for the raise is 5%. Is that correct?
Yeah, on average
Per year?
Over this past. So typically it's around 3% that's built in from year to year on most of the salary scales, and so you add an additional 2% more or less. The staff on average would see about an effective 5% growth compared to what they're currently making. But again, that ranges compared to or based on the different scales and the different levels that. Yeah.
So I guess like when they start, sorry, I'm trying to get over it, but when they start at the beginning of the school year, do they start at 5% or with the weighted average 5%? Or I'm just trying. I think 2% is really low, but I understand that there's a budget.
Yeah. And so really what this is doing is trying to find that careful balance of trying to provide as much of a salary increase that we really can and feel comfortable doing, but at the same time, to Michael's point, really making sure that we're not biting off more than we can chew, and that we go into the next school year confident in not only the budgets but also the enrollment and attendance projections that are built into those budgets. And I do have to say, after working with Arturo and Karen and the school leaders on this for the last 2 months, I do feel confident with these numbers and with that 2%. I wish we could do, like, honestly, I wish we could give a higher raise, but I do think that it would put some of our schools in a tough predicament, especially given not only like the fiscal oversight that our schools go through, but also bond covenants and things like that really make sure that we have to have sustainable budgets year to year.
Anything else, Ron?
No, it's more just a statement. Inflation's around 4%, and then we're just giving a raise of 2%. It's really tough.
Understood. Geronimo, anything? Okay. Yeah. So what again? Just to go over the timing of it, what I'm hearing is the salary schedule, because of the nature of working for another year, you go up, and that up is somewhere in the average of 3%.
Yeah.
Somewhere if you look at most of the salary schedule, you'd see
it's anywhere from like 1 to 5%, and so on average it's around 3%. Yeah.
And what we're proposed here is to do another 2% on the entire salary schedule, which would move everything up 2% from where it is now.
Yeah.
Because I too would love to see us looking at larger numbers for a salary increase that we could be comfortable with. I continue to be concerned because we don't have all the information that we need to make, this is a problem of the state, not of our making, but we don't have the information we need to make these decisions when we have to make them from a timing and flow perspective. And then I think the other thing, as I understand it, we're going to discuss another item in the next item that also talks about something that's a way to look for ways that can increase our commitment to the staff as far as increasing salaries and increasing their overall benefits. And then I think the other question I have is, we're talking about salary, where we continue to hold benefits the way that we've always had our benefits.
Correct.
Which I believe are fairly good benefits from a perspective of how we treat the employees. And so that 2%, we still see increases, I would imagine, in benefit cost,
Mhm.
even though we're
Yeah,
holding
we've
the
we've
our
seen
employees-
about 10% increases in benefits costs, and we have not compromised on keeping the same level of benefits. And so that is an additional cost that we do have to make sure that we build into the budgets. But we have that is in the budgets that Arturo did present to you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And my only statement would be, you know, I hope we can continue to two things. One is connect the fact that when the board and especially me, because it seems to be kind of my pet issue, is that attendance is tied to revenue and it's tied to learning. And so when we look at 90% attendance, or when we have our parents, you know, as we're talking publicly in front of all of our parents right now, you know, how important it is that you show up every day to school that you can.
Absolutely.
And that you take all the precautions, like Michael was talking about, wash your hands, try to make it through flu season without getting the flu, try to do an independent study contract if you can do an independent study contract, try to do attendance recovery. All of those things mean at the end of the day that we could be making a better decision for our employees today, which would be more than 2%. But without that work and that effort as a team in our organization, that, you know, that's kind of where we have to be at this point. So I guess that's my statement, just to remind it. And I'm very interested in how we continue to look at retention bonuses that would play into that. So I'm happy we're going to discuss that next. So those are my comments. I don't know if I have any other questions. Is there any?
I have one last question, because you said it's part 1 of 2 as a, what's the second part?
Yeah, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in terms of the proposal that I'm bringing to the board, it's a two-pronged approach.
Yeah.
So this first item that we're discussing is an across-the-board salary scale effective July 1st, right? The second prong is looking at something that we haven't done before, but it's an employment retention incentive. And so again, we'll talk about that to the next item. But when we talk about compensation, because at the end of the day, whether it's salary or something else, it ultimately is compensation increases. And so that's kind of the two-pronged approach that we're looking at.
Yeah, so I think just to wrap up my comments on this, I think, you know, I'm in favor of increasing this out. It sounds like you guys have done a lot of thought. I wish it could be more. I'm still a little concerned showing some of our schools in the red and the timing, but if you're confident and you guys have taken the opportunity to do all this thought to it, I'm okay with it. I would also encourage, though, people don't just come back just for pay, right? And you've built in a culture and community where your retention, where you're getting people to stay for certain reasons, but one of them is to work at an organization that is doing right by kids and doing right by staff. And so I think as we talk about compensation, I'm kind of improving it in other avenues, but keeping that as a focus in terms of engaging with our staff about what keeps them coming back to Vista, what are the things that make them happy, what are the things that keep them teaching and fulfilled in this. Because I appreciated the staff survey results, and I'd be curious to know if we do any and other internal surveys or engagement with, you know, workforces or teacher leaders about, like, you know, what are other ways that we can keep staff engaged in here, because that's the most important thing we can do, right? So thanks.
Okay. Anything last words before that?
Colin, I think you said that you spoke with Arturo. And did you work with
Many times?
Yeah, with the principals as well? Because it seems like the difference between picking 3% and 2% is some of the schools might not be able to cover it, right?
Yeah. And we were hoping, but it really started to get to that uncomfortable territory when we started to look at the 3% scenario for a few of the schools, and this is applicable to all the schools, and so we really have to keep in mind every single school's budget, and so it was really starting to put at least some of the schools into a territory where it would have compromised some of the plans for next year.
I guess the question is, were the principals of those schools
Yes.
involved
Oh,
in
yeah.
the discussion?
Arturo meets with the principals every single week, and I meet with each of the principals once a month, and we've had a number of conversations on that. Mhm.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second to approve the 2% salary increase starting July 1. I'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I see 3. Any opposed? Okay. All right, so that passes 3-1. Okay, thank you, Tuan. Okay, we're moving on now to item 5.2. Dr. Felch.
Yes. So as I alluded to earlier, this is the second prong of a two-pronged approach or proposal that I have in front of you. And so this is introducing something new that we would be really exploring and putting into practice starting with the next school year. And this is an employee retention incentive. And so when we talk about wanting to make sure that we are increasing compensation adequately, I know that when you look at what other organizations have done, there have been larger raises. And so I mentioned in the last item, 2% was really the most that we felt comfortable with. However, we know that we want more to be done. And to some of your points, I think Michael was making this point, why can't we just wait until the fall? So this is really proposing that. And so this resolution really shares our intention to provide an employee retention bonus. It also provides the board an opportunity to follow up in the fall with exactly how much that would be, and once we have better numbers in terms of ADA and exactly how many students showed up and what our more accurate projected ADA would be. And so that's what this resolution is for. And so it doesn't pigeonhole us to a specific amount, but it just shares our intention that we do want to provide this retention incentive, and we'll follow up at a later date on the exact amount.
Okay, I'll look for a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion in a second. Question, discussion. Questions?
I guess like how much of a bonus, like what's that amount? How much do you know you'll get? Is that enough to add to all the staff's salary to increase?
So this is something that we would intend to provide to all staff, and this is something that we do plan to bring back to the board in the fall once we do have a better idea. And so I don't want to throw out any numbers because that's something that we will definitely bring back to the board and provide a recommendation based on continued work on the budgets and updated numbers. So that's why we don't want to necessarily put any numbers out there yet. But this really declares the intention to do that.
Yeah, I'm great with for me to be able to give you the approval to explore it. I think when it comes down to it, and so it sounds like too, because when I first read the board packet and it's talking about the attendance stuff, and glad that we talked to some legal counsel because I think when we start talking about incentive bonuses or retention bonuses, there can be a lot of moral hazards that are created from it. And so just looking forward to those proposals, but just want to make sure that when we bring those proposals that we're thinking through what, what are we're going to solve this problem, what other problems could come because of it, and what are the incentive structures that we're staying to keep it focused on students and retaining great staff. So yeah.
Yeah, so let me work through the sequence of what I think I'm hearing, make sure that I'm understanding kind of the next steps. So we have a resolution in front of us. And I've read the resolution and I see the resolve in. So whatever, so at some point in the year, you would be coming back to us with a more concrete incentive plan, potentially, depending on how the revenues continue to flow in based on things like enrollment and attendance. And then it would come back to us for approval for whatever plan that would be. I heard you say the intent is to make that for all employees or all staff. But it isn't, it could be, this is something that'd be a one-time type bonus.
That's correct. So it would be a one-time. As Arturo mentioned, there are some specific one-time funds that the state has provided, and so the intent for this year is that this employee retention incentive would be for this specific school year, and then we can revisit it year after year.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, but it could also, you could come back and propose a school by school one time. I don't know if that you would.
We would have to consult with legal counsel
To see if
on
that was
that.
possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there are a number of programs that are merit type based one-time bonus programs in the
Yeah.
state now
Mhm.
for employees.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, I mean, I see a lot of stipends and a lot of different incentives
Correct.
that teachers get based on. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I say that is because I do think that, we're, Michael made, the point, and a good point, is that salary is not the only reason our employees come to work at our school. It certainly is an important, one of the most important reasons. And we continue to, it's easy to talk about the other reasons people come to work. And I think we just need to continue to focus on that as well. But we are always going to have, I think we have a higher fiduciary responsibility than some of the school districts that work around the state and seem to have a little bit more flexibility to go into debt and threaten the financial solvency of their own organization, which we hopefully wouldn't ever want to do. So, okay. Those are my questions, I guess. Any other questions?
One more. The bonus, did you say it would apply to all employees or all teachers?
Yeah, that would be the goal. Yeah.
And what is the retention? Like, do they have to stay for the whole year? What if they leave in the middle of the year? Do they need to return that bonus?
So we would make sure that we outline that when we bring the proposal to the board in terms of exactly when and the stipulations behind that.
Okay.
And do staff currently know that you're considering this two-pronged approach, or they only heard the first pronged approach?
So I mentioned to them that we're working on a number of different options, some that are more traditional and some that are a little more creative. I didn't talk about employee retention incentives or something specific like that, but I did mention that we were looking at multiple ways that we could increase compensation.
And do we have like a teacher leadership? Do you have when you go around, I know you painted a good picture that you go around to schools and talk to them in quarterly. Are there any teacher leadership? Are we getting teachers involved in this process at all?
So yeah. And I actually have met with a number of teachers at a number of different schools. And so when I go to meet or visit the school sites, not only I want it to be two-way communication.
Yeah.
And so I've met and discussed both at those settings with a number of teachers and other school site staff, because it's not just teachers. I've met with TAs, other classified staff as well. And so I want to hear from them what is important, whether it is traditional compensation or other things that we can also provide, like a safe workplace with a positive school culture, to providing opportunities for professional development, things like that. And so I've heard a number of those things too. So that's also where we're working to provide those opportunities that our staff want.
Yeah, something to consider is making that an official position at a school site, and so it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because I think you're doing a great job of engaging with your, hearing from a lot of folks. But if some people don't know you or have the relationship with you or are willing to speak up but want to be involved, having as the organization grows, specific committees or forums that is a fair process for people to apply to,
Yeah.
and have their voices heard, then it doesn't seem like it's a decision that's
Absolutely. Yeah.
being totally held by you, but also hearing from the staff. But
And and I do want to say that even though I might be the voice that is presenting this, this is not my
Right.
this is really a comprehensive process that has involved pretty much everybody in this room and more. So
Great. No more questions from me.
Okay. All right. So why don't we move to a vote on this? I'll call for the question. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, received that 4-0. No one's against, right? Okay, 4-0, that passes. Okay, thank you. Moving on to 5.3, updated VCPS principal, office manager, plant manager, CTE, teacher salary scales. Dr. Felch.
yes. So in terms of principal, office manager, plant manager, what we are proposing is a two-step scale based on enrollment at those schools. And so the first step would be if the school has 0 to 499 students, and then the second step would be if there are 500 or more students. And so the example that we have right now is, let's say the office manager at Condor and Heritage, I think, has around 130 employees. And so it's a heavy workload when you have a larger school, and many other organizations do multiple levels like this. And so it would be really honoring that extra workload that it does take to be in these positions at a larger school. And so that's the principal, office manager, plant manager aspect. The CTE teacher salary scale, as we have gone through the first few years of incorporating the CTE teacher salary scale, we have realized that it incentivizes some things that actually don't provide us more value. And so we wanted to better align it to what we do see value in with CTE teachers. And so, for example, the previous salary scale provided different levels based on having an industry certification, for example. And for an industry certification first, industry certifications are not created evenly. And so in different industries, it means taking a test and just passing the test. In other industries, it means going through multiple classes and not pretty much getting a master's degree. And so by just saying to have an industry certification, it didn't really provide equity amongst the different CTE pathways. What we really see in terms of and value with our CTE teachers is industry experience and classroom experience. And so this updated scale really reflects that.
Okay, great. I'll look for a motion on that.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, discussion? No? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Twan, you're an aye also. Okay, 4-0. That passes. Okay, moving on to 5.4, local control accountability plans. This is the follow-up to the public hearing that we had. Anything else you want to add, Dr. Phelps?
Nope, just that the board needs to take action on the LCAPs before June 30th. And so this is the LCAPs that were just presented at the public hearing.
Great. Okay, is there a motion?
A motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? Okay, thank you for the information at the public hearing. You know, it's important. This is not just a public process, but we do value the information we get from the school sites, from all of our stakeholders. So please continue to share that. We'll go ahead and vote on that. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, that passes 4-0. Moving on to 5.5, which is the dashboard and local indicators, which is tied to the LCAPs.
Yes, correct. So the dashboard local indicators must be approved alongside each school's LCAP. The local indicators give public insight about how each schools are meeting the standards with teacher credentialing, instructional materials, facilities, implementation of the academic standards, parent and family engagement, school culture and climate, and access to a broad course of study.
Okay, is there a motion?
I motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Moving on to 5.6, which is the budgets for the schools for this, for the 26-27 school year. Anything?
And you just saw what Arturo presented. This is to approve the budgets that also need to be approved alongside the LCAPs.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, Tuan's got the second. Any discussion, questions? None? All right.
No, well, it says here, these budgets do have the 2% increase.
That is correct. Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
We, for example, LUSD needed to be submitted. So yes.
Got it.
we built that.
Okay, so built in the 2%. Okay, as we've seen and the documentation information that we saw from Arturo. Okay,
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes 4-0. 5.7, Prop 28 Arts and Funding Grant reports or annual reports.
Yeah, so these are the annual reports on how each school used their Prop 28 arts fundings during this past school year.
Okay, is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions, discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Moving on to 5.8, the resolution for the loan to Vista Lago from Palm Lane Global Academy. I think Arturo referenced this in his proposal or his budget information, and it's necessary from a cash flow perspective, but something that will be paid back after P, or can be paid back after P1 or after the first apportionment. Any further? Anything
Nope,
else?
you got it.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
Geronimo second. Discussion. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that passes 4-0. 5.9, this is a promissory note attached to the loan that we just approved. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second. Okay, motion is second. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Okay, the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Now we're moving on to 5.10, facilities lease agreement. This is between Vista Charter Public Schools. These are facilities lease agreements between our home organization and the school itself. Anything further on that?
Yeah, so this is actually for this building that we're in right now. So this building is actually owned by Condor and Heritage under the facility bond. And so this facility agreement is to for the lease for the home office to then pay Condor. This item is specifically to Condor. The next action item is for Heritage's portion.
Okay, is there a motion?
A motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? Nope.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I see 4-0. Moving on to 5.11, same item for Heritage.
A motion.
Second, anybody have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. No discussion, questions? Okay. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, 5.12, Mr. Charter Public Schools Board meeting calendar.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you all for your feedback on what dates worked and what did not work. And so based on that feedback and the need for when we have to have board meetings, we have come to this proposed board calendar, which I think will work well and be consistent with what we need throughout the school year.
Okay. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Second.
Okay. And does this, I don't think I looked at the last final one. Does it have 4-3?
4-5, I think.
5? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
4,
that's
5.
the first Monday of April.
Okay. Just looking in the crowd for future board members that might be in the audience tonight.
We have run this by future board members to make sure
might
that
be in
if
the
they
board.
are appointed, that it also works for them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Only other, just one question I do have is I know that we had to have a special board meeting for reporting. I know you took into account our schedules. Did we take into account when we need to have certain things due and approved?
Yes. So this past year, we did not have a board meeting because of the schedule and the CCSA conference in February.
Got it.
And so this next year, we do have a February board meeting.
Thanks.
Okay. So I think we have a motion. Do we have a motion in a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0. All right, 5.14. This is a
Oh,
resignation.
nope. Don't.
1-3?
That's an important one.
Oh, appointment first. See, I finally skipped one. I always try to skip one during the meeting. Sorry, thanks. 5.13. Appointment of our new prospective board member. Go ahead, Dr. Falk.
Yes, and so at the last meeting, we shared a video and discussed the potential appointment of Ismael Soto as a board member. I believe that at least one of our board members has been able to touch base with him, but because he wasn't here and was able to speak, I do want to give Ismael a few minutes if you want to say a few words for the board before we vote.
So good evening, board members. It's a pleasure to be here with you all tonight. Again, my name is Ismael Soto. A little bit of background about me. I'll start with a little bit of cultural capital. I'm the first in my family to have graduated from college with 2 advanced degrees from Mexican immigrant family. And that was not easy. And that is because I was raised in a very underserved, systems impacted community in East Los Angeles. It's a small little town called Commerce. Right where the 710 and 5 intersect. And unfortunately, I wasn't presented with many good school choice options. And because of that, and just through hard work, resilience, I was able to overcome a lot of those challenges. And I was able to be successful in my career and move on through higher education. But because of those challenges, and starting in 1997, I have committed my entire almost 30-year career to changing that narrative. And in 1997, I began my work in the charter school space. I was part of the founding members of the ISEF Interstate Education Foundation team and have never stopped that fight. I was part of those folks that were marching in downtown LA for the charter school movement in the very beginnings, and I have done it for, again, almost 29 years. So for me, this is a privilege to be able to potentially bring my background, my unique skill sets to this board and be able to move this organization into its next chapter. So I thank you. I'm honored to be considered for a candidacy for this board. Any questions, I'm happy to be here, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, motion?
My motion.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'll start with just my comments. I've known Ismael from our work together over the years when I was at CCSA. We've had a lot of great interactions, and we talked a little bit about him tonight, that some of the things we've been able to share together, and love the story and of who you are. And I know that you'd be a great addition to our board, so I'm definitely excited to vote for your approval in a minute here. Anything else?
Yeah, I can piggyback. I have not known him as long as you have, but we had a chance to visit last week, and I was really impressed with not only his character but his desire to reach out and to connect and share his story and learn from mine. And he's being very modest in all of his things. I know he said he's been here for a long time, but I think he brings a lot of great qualities and experience, but most importantly, character to the board. So I highly recommend that you vote him through.
Great. Great. Okay, anything else? All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously 4-0. Congratulations. We will look forward to seeing you at the next board meeting. Okay, so I missed the last one. So this one, I'll try 514 again. I know, when we could end up with another board member. Okay, 514, the resignation of the board member. I don't think we need to do a staff thing. So I'll take a motion. You can't motion.
I can.
No, I don't see a motion or a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I motion.
Okay,
I second.
all right. So we have a motion and a second. Go ahead. You want to say something or? No? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll say thank you for everything that you've done. So appreciate your service. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, Tuan, I've really appreciated having sharing this space with you. I think that you've taken this responsibility incredibly. You've met the responsibility with how you showed up, and you've done a really good job pushing both us in open session and closed session for what's right for our students and our staff. And we're going to miss you, but ultimately this has been a really, really positive experience, I think, having you on the board. And like you said, I think we've set the stage for moving things forward, and wish you the best. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. So we will take the vote officially. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear your vote, Tuan.
Aye.
Did you
Aye.
vote for this? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that passes 4-0. Okay, because you're effective June 30th, yeah.
Nice try, Tuan.
You gotta sign papers until the 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to 515. I did not know that this item was gonna be on the agenda. I did not know my term was almost up. Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And just to clarify for the public, because I don't think you
Oh,
said it out loud,
didn't. Thank you.
this item is to nominate and reappoint Miles Durfee to the Board of Directors for a new 2-year term.
Okay, I'll do a better job. 5.1, I can do it for you. 5.16, this is to nominate Michael Hoover to be reappointed for a new 2-year term from July 2026 to June 30, 2028. Is there a motion?
I motion.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. The next one is 5.17, nominate and approve Geronimo Gatan to the Board of Directors for a new 2-year term from the 26 to 2028 also. Motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. Motion a second.
A
Anything you
second,
want to
yeah.
say?
No.
Mhm. All in favor?
Aye.
That's great. Thank you. All right. So we're on to the elections. 5.18 is election of board president effective for a term of July 2026 to June 30, 2027. I think we need to do the election. So we need nominations.
I nominate Miles Durfee to be our board president for Vista. And I think he's doing a fabulous job.
Thank you.
I second that.
I'm willing to give up the nomination that anybody wants.
No, it's
But
all
I
yours.
will accept. Okay. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We could do it by a blind paper vote if you all.
It's all in
Okay.
public.
Election of a board vice president effective for a term July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027. We'll open that for nominations.
Miles.
Oh, yeah, I think Michael.
Michael.
I'm gonna nominate.
Michael, yeah.
I'm gonna nominate Michael Hoover.
I'll nominate Michael.
You'll not. Tuan nominated you.
Dame.
Okay. Is there a second for his nomination?
I'll second.
You second it? Okay. We're not asking for any discussion here. We're just gonna. we appreciate, I think we've been very lucky to have you. So thank you for willing to do that again. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that passes
Aye,
4-0.
yeah, aye. I didn't know you can vote for yourself.
You can vote for yourself. Okay, an election of a board treasurer effective for a term of July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027. Okay, do we have a nomination?
It looks like the nomination is for our new board member,
Ismael.
Ismail.
Okay.
So I
You wanna
nominate.
Second, someone want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, and just looking into the crowd, you're willing to accept the nomination? Okay, great. All right, all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, we're on to 521, the VCPS English Learner Master Plan. Dr. Felch.
Yeah, so I want to give kudos to both Karen and Cameron, our new EL coordinator, for doing a deep dive into our English Learner Master Plan and really coming up with something that is both reflective of what we're doing, but also rigorous and meeting the state guidelines. So that's what they have brought for you today.
Great. Motion? Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion, questions? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that passes 4-0. On to 522, the 26-27 VCPS Students with Special Needs Master Plan.
And again, I want to give a shout out to Ms. Nahara, our Director of Special Education, for all the work she's done, but also making sure that our special student with special needs master plan is in line again with what we are doing, but also aligned with current law.
Great. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, any questions? It's so easy, right? No question, no discussion. It's that good. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes 4-0. Okay, we're on to 5.23, the joint use lease agreement between Vista Meridian and Rancho Santiago Community College District. Dr. Felch?
Yep. So this is a lease agreement for us to continue with our 11th and 12th graders using 9 classrooms on Santa Ana College's main campus. And this needs both our approval as well as the Rancho Santiago Community College's board's approval.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. And when's their scheduled approval?
So they actually have a pretty extensive process. I'm actually going to their facility subcommittee meeting tomorrow morning, which needs to get initial approval, which then goes after that would go to the board. And so based on their process, they're in line to get approval in July. Board approval for this.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, discussion? Anybody? Okay. Go ahead.
This was already included in the budget when we were talking with Arturo, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. This is in the budget. Mhm.
Well, great job on the negotiations. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 4-0. Moving on to 5.24, facilities lease agreement between Vista Meridian Global Academy and Salvation Army.
Yep. And so this is to continue to hold both PE as well as athletics at the Salvation Army using their gym and their athletics field.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 4-0. Moving on to, almost missed it, 5.25. Summer 2026 facilities lease agreement between Vista Meridian Global and Salvation Army for gym and field usage.
Yep. And so this is specifically for the summer usage. And so this actually starts next Monday and is to continue our rental agreement at a slightly different rate because it's less usage over the summer. But this would allow us to continue to use the field and the gymnasium for summer practices and so on.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Okay.
Second.
John will seconds. Motion.
Well,
Michael.
when I looked at it, it said it was $500 a day for both the summer and the school year. So can you tell me why this is cheaper over the summer? What was that? Yeah, because the facility use fee for the 5.24, the original one for the year, said $500 per day for a total of 180 days. And then for the one for this one, it says $500 a day for a total of 19 days. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
So it should be less. So I would ask the board then to approve it with conditions that the terms be modified to match last year's. I don't have the number in front of me, but I know that the amount of time used, if my memory serves me correctly, is less.
Okay.
Because I know we don't get it the whole day.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock to 4:30 rather than
It
8
is,
to
but
6.
it's the
Yeah,
same cost as.
Yeah, so I guess that would be my request to the board because time is of the essence because we want to start athletics programs
Of course.
in the
Okay.
next week or two.
So let me get some clarity just so because we'll probably have a motion. We'll probably rescind the motion and do it again. What the 19 days is probably correct.
That is correct.
The $500 is probably not.
Yeah,
that
and
right?
we can, and I know that their facilities person is out right now, so that could be partly
Okay.
why there's a discrepancy. Thank you
So
for calling.
we're looking for a motion that would say, like you suggested, a conditional motion that would approve this agreement at the terms for a lower amount. So we don't need to give you a not to exceed. It's just going to be whatever the amount is.
So last year, sorry for butting in.
Please.
I just brought up last year's summer facilities use agreement, and it's $50 per hour.
Okay.
Instead of 500 per day. So it is at a slightly different rate.
Okay. So maybe the way we can just do this is to motion not to exceed this amount and to research a better deal. And then approve it that way.
Yeah.
Anything. Okay. So
That's fine. Thank you.
Susanna, who had the motion? Do you know who made the motion for this one? Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want to remove your motion?
I'd remove my motion.
Okay. And then do you want to make another motion? Or somebody else can.
I motion.
Okay, so you're going to make a motion not to exceed, to approve this facilities use agreement, not to exceed the $500 a day amount and to look for a better, a more consistent, yep. Something like that. Is that enough for you? And then did we didn't get a second yet? Do you want to be the second?
Yeah.
Twan seconds that? Okay. So we have a motion, a second now, a new one. Let's go ahead and no more questions, right? Okay, let's go ahead and approve or vote to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry to fade. Can you
That's all right.
all of that passes 4-0. Okay, moving on. The 5.26, 2026-27 VCPS contract for Icon School Management.
Icon is integral. You see the amazing work that Arturo does, and there are so many other people behind the scenes at Icon that also help us. And so we definitely appreciate the work and would highly recommend that the board continue to approve this. This is a 3% increase compared to last year's rate. And it has been built into the budget.
I'm not. Okay. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? I'll just say Icon has so far served us very well. And I know there are other options out there. But I've been very happy with the service and the answers to the questions that we get and the detail. Okay. Any other? All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, that's 4-0. Moving on to the fiscal policies manual, 5.27. Dr. Fell.
Yeah, very minimal updates. Just ran it by legal, made sure it was compliant, as well as consistent with our current fiscal policies and what we're doing. So this makes those few updates that are needed.
Okay, is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any questions?
No, but it says that the red lines were about the bidding process
Yeah.
and the vendors.
Mhm.
Are we making that more of a concrete process? What was that change?
So, so yes, we are making a few modifications based on legal recommendation in terms of our bidding process that we will endeavor
Okay.
to bring the bids to the board.
Got it. Thanks.
And my understanding is that the actual legal counsel's belief is our policy manual adequately covers us with every, probably that we may be more aggressive than others in our approach now to getting bids. Okay. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0. On to 528. Board resolution authorizing the submission of the Vista Horizon Global County Charter Renewal Petition to LAUSD for a 5-year term, July 1, 2027 to June 30, 2032. Go ahead, Dr. Felch.
Yes, so it is Horizon's turn, and so their charter term expires at the end of next year, and so we are planning to bring Vista Horizon's charter renewal petition to LAUSD and submit that in LAUSD's July submission window. So we're actively working on it, and it's looking pretty good. It's getting close to final.
Great. Okay, any motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I know we have some work to do on the board end to answer some of the questions that are required for.
Correct. Yeah, I do need resumes and questionnaires from each of the board members. So some of you have already done it. Thank you. And then I'll be following up with those of you who haven't.
I was out of town.
Do you need a paper copy of the
No.
of the stuff that I'd submitted? Well, once you got them, but do you need the paper copy of the signature? There was a form that I had to put a signature on.
We'll look. We'll follow up.
Just because while I'm here, be good.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for that. All in favor of the submission? We're
Quick
Aye.
question, just yeah, aye, fine, aye.
okay. 5.29 Palm Lane joint use agreement with the City of Anaheim. Dr. Felch.
Yeah, this was the action item that we were hoping to have at last meeting. We had to table it because we didn't receive the updated version back from the City of Anaheim in time. So we're bringing it to this one. This is the joint use agreement for the park right next to Palm Lane. So it's the City of Anaheim has partnered with Palm Lane for years now. So Palm Lane can use that park during school hours and will continue to with this agreement.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any questions, discussion? Nope. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
That passes 4-0. On to 5.30. This is extreme weather policy for Vista Heritage Global Academy and all of our other schools. Dr. Felch.
Yeah, so this is a new legal requirement beginning July 1st, 2026. All LEAs need to have an extreme weather policy. And so this is specific to each of our schools because each of our schools have slightly different facilities arrangements. And so when there is extreme weather, this policy provides specific areas where our students can go for things like recess and PE.
Okay, great. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
That passes 4-0. 5.31, approval of notice of intent to exit LAUSD SELPA effective July 2027. Dr. Felch.
Yes, so I want to be clear. As part of the LUSD COP3 SELPA, in order to have the right to exit the SELPA, we need to provide at least a year's notice. And so this does not bind us in any way to exit. However, this is more of a procedural notice if, in fact, later on that we did want to exit that.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Okay, discussion questions? I have a couple. So we've done this every year? Or is this the first year we've done?
I think it's the second year that
Second
we've
year?
done this, as long as I've been part of this process, and we're not the only ones. So it's a collective, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm super familiar with this process, and I'm glad that we're protecting our legal rights because I know it can be problematic. And I also know that there's been a number of discussions as to whether LAUSD believes that they could require people to be in their SELPA, but understood. Okay, no more questions for me. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Ratification 5.32, ratification of conference for the Ron Clark Academy.
And this is the ratification of the conference attendance. I have been in contact with each of the board members to make sure that before we did make the purchase, that everyone was aware. And so this was funded using educator effectiveness funds that do expire at the end of this month. And the overall amount came out to about $14,500.
Great. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think that from what we heard from their experience and sending them was a really good idea. Really think it might be something worth exploring at the district level as you think about engaging professional development.
Yeah.
That's just it, but yeah.
Okay. Any other? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0. We're on to 5.33 VCPS mobile device management proposal. Dr. Felch?
Yes, and if Mario wants to come and chime in on this, he's done the legwork here and helped make the recommendation that we switch to Jamf as our mobile device management.
Yeah, that's correct. Currently, we use FileWave for mobile device management. So it came up to, we were done with our 5-year agreement, and Jamf was something I was exploring for a while. They specialize in it's specialized in Apple devices, which is what we have. And when I got their 5-year proposal, it came out to be $13,000 cheaper. And I talked with the techs, they're on the line right now, and I spoke with them. We had discussions about it, and everybody agreed that Jamf was the way to go. And then it's been the cost, the use of it, it just seems to us like a better option.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Tuan.
Yeah, I got questions. Have you gone through the vendor risk management process?
We did a few things. We vetted a few vendors. We looked at a few things on what they provide, and we're happy with what they provide us.
Okay. Did you check if they have SOC 2 Type 2 report?
I didn't personally check myself, but I know when I went to like an Apple conference, and they made sure that they mentioned all the security awareness of it.
Okay. Does Charter Vista Public School have a formal vendor management process?
A formal process?
Yeah.
Not for all of our vendors, but I mean, we get quotes, and as part of the same bidding process, we get competitive quotes, and we try to vet each of the vendors to make a well-informed decision on who we'd recommend.
What I would recommend is, we would, especially like the corporate world, so we would check to see that they have certain types of documentation, SOC 2 Type 2 minimum. there's different types. Like you check their trust center, right? So once you verify those reports and that they're good, in the SOC 2 Type 2, they'll have conditions as well. You know, like these are the stuff they don't cover. This is the stuff they expect you to cover. And then you need to check that you can cover that.
Yeah.
So my recommendation is like, we need to review those reports from the trust center.
Just to make sure that everybody's SOC 2 certified.
They're compliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they're gonna have access to student data, right? Potentially.
My understanding is JAMF is used widely in the education sector. Is that correct?
Yeah,
So,
it's fully Apple. Like I said, I went to headquarters at what was it, Culver City, and they were going over all the compliance stuff. I just don't know off the top of my head, but I do know they're very much trusted by Apple.
Correct. So they should have all the documentation.
Yeah.
But it's just best practice to download it and read it, just verify it.
Okay.
Okay.
So are you comfortable moving forward without that?
In the corporate world, no, we would not feel comfortable moving forward with that. And because they already do business with other school districts, they have this information.
Yeah.
So then you just have to do the due diligence to
make
sure.
sure.
It's usually called the trust center. So you can download or read it, make sure it's accurate. And like I said, in the report, they'll say it's the client's responsibility to do this. And then you need to make sure that you can do that.
Yeah.
Because it has to
Yeah,
do with security too.
Totally understand and agree. So from a timing perspective, we need to move on this, I suspect.
Yeah, we have. We're trying to do all the move over the summer if we're going to switch.
Yeah.
So in theory, you can complete this in a couple hours, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can go tomorrow. It's literally called the Trust Center. You can look it up, and then you enter your email address. They'll give you a link. You just download all the documentation and read it. And I would store that somewhere.
All right.
Okay.
So should we make a re-motion? Like, what I'm hearing is because we're not gonna have another board meeting until August, right? And it sounds like you've done due diligence and gone and got a competitive bid. You've talked to your team, but there seems to be some insurance that we need to make for security. Can we make an approval? Like, do you know what I'm trying to say?
So you should be able.
That you like, no?
Well, I mean, we have the board retreat. So if we do need to bring a business item to the retreat, it is in late July. So I don't know if that impacts the timing getting ready for the school year. But we could also make a conditional approval as well.
I think that's what
Yeah.
proposed.
So assuming that we can go in and confirm that it does have that SOC 2 type 2, yeah, then we could proceed, but the board could give a conditional approval. If for whatever reason we find something different, then we bring it back to the board.
Sounds good.
So, and I'm happy for you guys to remove your motion and make another one. I would just say, I'm fairly comfortable with your approach. I do think it's super sage advice for us to be looking at these things a little more critically, especially with we're a large organization now in some ways. And, being our tech forward being tech centric and really being involved in understanding this stuff is going to save us a lot of potential problems in the future. I mean, we could be exposed. I mean, there's lots of great stories about school districts.
Yeah.
Large school districts being held hostage over their data and just different things that have occurred. So we just need to be more vigilant. We're a bigger target now. Okay.
Yeah. It's like you said, the tool is already highly adopted by the schools. So
Yeah, a lot
you should be able to find these documentation.
Yeah,
very easily.
schools been using them. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion in a second. I'm happy to listen to anybody to remove that motion if they'd like to and redo it, or we can vote as the motion is. Right now, the motion is to approve this move. That's the current motion on the table. Does anybody want to change their motion? Who made the motion?
I did.
Did it? He's like, now I'm not gonna make a motion.
No, I actually want to remove it and require,
Okay.
make it a conditional
Okay, so he's gonna withdraw his motion. I think you can do that without the second, but you withdraw your motion.
Yep.
Do you want
I'd like to make a
motion?
new motion based upon the recommendation that's a conditional approval of the agreement based on the conditions of downloading
Trust.
The security reports.
the security reports and verifying that we can uphold our end of the security agreement as proposed by JAMF.
Okay,
Is that how I do?
that sounds great.
Okay.
Does anybody want to second that motion?
I second that motion. And Mario, I can help you out with too.
Okay.
Just, you have my numbers. Just call me.
Okay. Okay, so now we have a new motion and a second. And we can take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Mario. Thank you all. We are at 5.34 CSU Dominguez Hills Student Teacher MOU of Vista Charter Public Schools. Dr. Felch.
Yep, this would allow us to begin to receive student teachers from Cal State Dominguez Hills at each of our Vista schools if we would like.
Great. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
4-0. 5.35 CSU Dominguez Hills Teacher Intern MOU with Vista.
And this would allow us to receive teacher interns or ed specialist interns at each of our schools
Okay.
from Cal State Dominguez Hills.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 4-0. All right, we are on to board comments. 6. Want to start with Michael?
No, I've given a lot of comments. I'm just looking forward to working for Ismail, and again, want to give a lot of gratitude to Tuan, and for everybody that has gone home rightfully, but also to just leadership and Colin and Karen. You guys are doing, I believe, a really good job of looking forward and taking a lot of due diligence and how we approach the work. So, thank you, and welcome to our new principal. Very happy to have you.
Great. Okay. Geronimo, anything?
Oh, thank you very much, man, for everything, and welcome to the school.
Tuan?
No, I spoke earlier, but wanted to welcome Ishmael to the team. Your background's very, very impressive, and I know you're going to do great things here.
Okay, and I'll just for public sake, to say congratulations officially. Like I think I saw some great notes from the staff to the staff and to the community about closing another school year. Starting really, it never closes completely because you're actively working on summer school and retreats and planning for next year as well. But I do want to just officially thank the Vista community for all the hard work to do a very successful year, and to make it fairly easy to be a board member for this organization. So thank you all, and thank you to the folks that are working 24/7 on making it happen. So appreciate that. Okay, we will now go into closed session, and we will come back here after that to adjourn the meeting officially and make any announcements from closed session that are necessary. So thank you all for being here, and we will be back. Yay. 8:10. Okay. Closed session.
Have you based it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, can't force.
We won't. We can't make them. Yeah. They can be using some. And they, I mean, we haven't really had that. Like, well, we didn't at Horizon, we did it, but. That's probably school for tomorrow. I'll ask all of. And Colin said that's the 1 hour. It might be our policy. So I'll look into that more. And then.
You enter your email address and it feel like.
That's what you asked me about two things, the 1 hour and then the 10 to 1. He said that at that point, and also. Even though, like,
Did you?
board meeting. Okay, we will reconvene from closed session at 9:59. Woohoo, let's try to get out of here by 10. Okay, we'll report out in closed session. There's nothing to report out tonight from closed session, no actionable items. And now move to adjourn. Look for a motion.
Motion. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock on the button.